Ladies and gentlemen, we're here, ready to go. First game of the day. Welcome to the group stage of the Factions Cup. First game, Monkeys versus Hemo, one of the Open Qualifier teams from earlier in this tournament. So very exciting. They are deciding to defend first. So first team raider is Team Red, and let's go ahead and get this underway. I am staffing this match. There's a chance I might staff a lot of these matches, but that's all right. Let me make sure everything's just how it should be. Looks like it. Let's get this thing going. Let's get this thing going. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes until this match begins, and we will get this absolutely going. Let's see how things are here. Alrighty. Now, since I am staffing this, I can't see the messages. When are we drinking ITOP? Soon. I also want to say too, I have 8 hours of games to do today, so the first couple I might not be, 100% antsed up at the moment, but we'll see. We will see. I also might be joining some calls for some live comms, seeing how it is and all that. I also have a muffin to eat. It's gonna be good. Your family is watching. Keep it PG. I'll do my best, man. No telling if I join a call what we're gonna hear. All right, Monkeys is defending first. We have Hemo raiding first. Very exciting. What is going on? Why do we need to freeze? Hold on. Got a minute and a half. Love the suit. Thank you. I had to get a nice little tie and shirt going. It will be. Hold on. It will be. /G. Subs will go into spectator when raid phase starts. /G. Make sure you set your alts and subs as subs in /roster. Okay, here we go. We still have yet to see one team defend for the whole 20 minutes. Oh no, I leaked the orbit group. I mean, that's just, they're gonna have to make another one and put it in their DMs. Just how it is. But I mean, it's okay. They're gonna be defending anyway. So what? They're gonna be sharing their patch crumbs. It'll be alright. Alrighty. 17 seconds. Type 1 in the chat if you think Monkeys is gonna win. Type 2 in the chat if you think Hemo's gonna win. And also check that. Got a little graphic going. You like the new overlays? Told you I'd do a little bit more. Match is starting now. Let's see how this goes. The hope is that we don't have any issues during the games like we did a couple of the games on the second Open Qualifier day, but we'll see. One of these teams is drafted. One of these teams is from the Open Qualifiers. We're going to see how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen. This is the start. Let's see who's on the adjust. Kexit04 on the adjust, doing his thing. He's been renowned to be one of the better adjusters in this type of game mode. But we'll see how that goes. Will he be able to keep up that reputation a little bit? And a kill right there. First one, I believe. Noob Gamer iVamp dead to Cure Client EXE. And here we go. Are you able to make the versus thing smaller or put it at the top? Maybe, but probably not. I tried to put it at the top originally, and I think it's probably better to be at the bottom. I'll see a little bit. But there's a lot of different moving parts of it, and I tried to kind of get it the smallest and best fit I could. But let me know if it gets that big of a problem. I can always just turn it off too. But we'll see. Right now they're about F1. Oh yeah, great idea. Great idea, whoever said that. But I'm also not going to be able to see if people need me in chat. I don't know. I'll check periodically. Going on through. About 2 chunks in at the moment. Actually, I can't F1. I need to see the time remaining. I can turn off chat eventually. But here they go. About 2 chunks in. We're at about, what is this, 2:34. Not a bad thing. Like I said, too, I'm probably not going to be super crazy with the commentating at the start, the first couple games, because I got to save myself a little bit. There are 8 hours of games today. So, you know, it'll be a war of attrition for myself as well as a lot of these other teams. But right now, no Monkeys players are close. A couple kills, it seems. Where are their players? Vape is not even going towards the shot. I'm not sure what's going on here. They're just drilling free. What is going on? What has happened to Monkeys? Noob Gamer Ivamp back on the shot, trying his best. Where are the players? Practicing back on the shot. We saw a lot of him from the Open Qualifier. He has made a bit of a team switch, though. He was able to get onto this team once they qualified and do their best. But they are just drilling Monkeys right now. This is not what Monkeys wants to see. They're already 4 chunks in only 3 minutes. This is not good. Not good for the Monkey squad. They got to kind of try and stabilize a little bit, because that is probably one of the worst starts we've seen from a match ever. I don't think we've seen someone get that deep that quick in any of the Open Qualifier matches. So this does go to show, you know, there probably is a bit of a skill difference between these Open Qualifier teams and the drafted teams, obviously. So we'll see how things continue for Monkeys, but not a great sign at the start. Not a great sign at the start. Let me go ahead and pull up the stream on the phone real quick as well. But I can see some chat, so that's okay. My videos. Alright. Alrighty. What do we think in chat? How do we think the start has been? Do we think that was as bad as I kind of think it is? The start for Monkeys, or maybe not. Maybe are they going to be able to make it work? Drilling at the moment, still free shooting. Monkeys is showing to be very susceptible to Hemo's rating at the moment. They doing good. Probably need to lock in a little more, but once again, they're freshing at this coordinate. I just haven't seen a lot of resistance from Monkeys at this current moment, but we're going to see how Hemo's able to continue their progress on this base. And with that, I'm going to start eating my muffin, because I haven't had breakfast yet or anything, but, you know. What am I watching? These guys can't be using crumbs. Honestly, there's been some question marks so far. I might need to get some more napkins. Hold on 2 seconds, so I'll go back to the shot. Alrighty. Drilling low now. They're full fresh. We did see a little bit of this during the qualifiers of going low relatively early, but every time it did seem to kind of backfire at the end. We'll see how this actually goes to be now in these group play games. Vape doing what he can, trying to get on through at the moment. Not quite doing the best. They're still drilling fresh. Ivamp on this. Ivamp really is going to have to put in quite a shift here. One of Monkey's probably best players, I'd say, W Shadow, we talked about on the broadcast earlier this week. He's not here today or tomorrow, so they're without him for this part of the tournament, which is definitely a big hit. One of the main reasons they qualified for the tournament in the first place was because of him. So they're going to need some people to step up. do a little better than they were. iVamp is one of those players we're going to have to see a lot out of. Practicing as well. Part of the reason he was able to get into this team was because of that W Shadow miss that they won't have. So we'll see how he's able to carry his weight. Drilling at the moment. I just still have not seen a lot of resistance from this Monkey squad yet. Vape is on mobile. That would be quite something. Continuing on through. Still just full fresh almost. Only 3 chunks away, and we're 7 minutes into this. They have obviously kind of stabilized a little bit, but really just not that much. I don't think Hemo is given any sort of grace. I think there was a several times during the Open Qualifiers where teams had breaches and didn't go for him for whatever reason, and waited a little bit to try and clear patches high or something, and I just don't think that ended up working out that well. So we're going to see if Hemo just goes balls to the wall and takes out everything they can. Going on through, continuing that. Let's see how this progresses. Checking something else as well. So let's generate 1. Okay. I'm not sure how there's 3v3 in that, but that's okay. Oh, Nelly, that is fresh. Speaking of Nelly, a player I was very excited to see today, Justeri, who I believe was part of one of the matches of the Open Qualifiers. He's been, unavailable at the moment. So hopefully we'll see him a little later in the day. But we'll see. It seems like they might be full fresh. They are. Continuing on, 2 chunks off. It might not be that much longer until Monkeys gets breached for the first match of the day. But we're going to see. You never know how rating goes. This team, this is their first game of the Cup, in Hemo. So, they might not be as used to it as they probably want to be. But I'm not sure. If we go ahead and stats some of their players, Kexit04 has 81 games played on this type of match already, so he's very familiar with how to adjust and how to get this on through. But on the other side of things, you have WTF Vape, who has 107 games played, so he obviously has the experience for this. But will his players be able to match that? Going on through, I'm just not seeing a lot of resistance from Monkeys here. Not a lot to hang your hat on and be happy about at the moment, but we're gonna see. This team was obviously pretty clear-cut the best team during the Open Qualifiers, but a lot of that was because W Shadow was part of their squad. So I'm not sure. This is not a great, look for the other Open Qualifier team who didn't beat this team. We'll see how they're actually able to compete with the teams they face later on. Reminder. If you weren't aware, there is relegation and promotion for this. If an Open Qualifier team finishes in the top 2 of their group, they are promoted and automatically qualify for the next Factions Cup season and do not have to go through the Open Qualifiers anymore, which in turn relegates the lowest ranked team from this group play. So this is an important game. Monkeys, they want to try and get a win. I think 2 wins pretty much guarantees their ability to get promoted. 1 win and you just don't know how things will go, to be honest. You need obviously at least 1 win to move on to the top 2, but we're going to see how this actually rolls out and everything, because they are just drilling at the moment. There is not a lot of patched area besides this little block of patches right here, but I'm just seeing a lot of ability to breach. They're almost 1 chunk off here and they can just drill right here. I mean, this is really not going to take that much longer, I don't think. This is definitely could easily be one of the quickest breaches we see today. That's some no life stats right there. 3 digits is insane. A little bit. Current odds from the website. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the odds for this game was. There are not live odds yet, at least. But let's go ahead and see. Monkeys versus Hemo. Monkeys are, Hemo has a 72% chance to win, which at this point seems almost inevitable of happening. So we're going to see how this continues, to say the least. They're still fresh here, going on through, and they are at the 1 chunk remaining mark. Definitely not what Monkeys wants to see happening at the moment. They're not going to have that much time to raid. And against a team like this, which is definitely more patch heavy than force heavy, in my opinion, with who they have online, you know, I think it's going to be hard to breach in this amount of time. I think their best chance was just patching as long as they can. Now, obviously, it's not over yet. There's still 8 walls to go, and they are blocking up a little bit more than they did, but that is almost fresh. Somebody split the shot earlier in the buffer. Big move from whoever that was, but we'll see. If they're able to hold this with 8 minutes to go, that'll be one of the craziest things that have happened during this tournament so far. But we'll see, to say the least. We will see. They're going on through, continuing their tear. And here they are, fresh again. A block is placed earlier in the buffer. Well, we'll see. Also, what do y'all think about the patch color lines? I might change the color of the lines for more of, you know, maybe like a gold and black or something, or gold and purple, just for, you know, to match Factions Cup. But what do y'all think? Do you like the colors? Do you think they should change? What do we think? Going on through, continuing in, haven't hit fresh though, and, you know, going that low is, you know, can be more of a harm than help a lot of the times. And, you know, time is ticking. You know, I honestly kind of thought that Hemo would be in this base by now, but Monkeys has stabilized just a little bit. You never know what could happen. They're not very high in these deep chords besides the sand wall, obviously, but I mean, it's doable. It is honestly doable if they can lock in and just really do what they can. But when they give those high coordinates just uncontested, it gets a lot harder to play. But a big patch there from WTF Vape. Practicing is up on it, and they are back low trying to get through, and that is fresh. Only a several walls off, about 3 of them. Can they get a few more shots in? Not quite. 213. It just seems like a matter of time now. Do they have a breach cord they can go to? I'm just sure that this goes straight to the base. Let's see if they use it early or wait to use it a little bit after. This is a game of time and attrition. You got to try and get this as soon as possible because there are tiebreakers involved with the amount of time taking to breach. Continuing on through, going fresh. This is probably the best thing. I'm assuming once this gets caught, they're going to go for the breach, if I had to guess, because all of the Monkeys players are going to be high. Let's see what they could do. Yep, just like that, as I kind of suspected, and I think that's going to be it. They are in the base. A very quick raid by the Hemo squad. Cure Client coming on in to click that core and finish that part. Team Blue breached within 13 minutes and 24 seconds. We will see how the other part of this match goes if Monkeys are able to breach in that time, but we are not sure. We are not sure how that's going to go. I got faith in Vape. Vape has been one to pull tricks out of his hat, out of the bag, but we will see. We will see. Went low way too early. He might have. He might have. It's just Derry patching. I did not see him patching, but I'm not sure. Hopefully we see him later on today. The mastermind of factions will lead them to victory. He might. Who is playing right now? It is Monkeys versus Hemo are the two teams. God of Destruction shall prevail. You're right. You're right. All right. A little ad break music going on. Eat more of my muffin. Gonna have a beer after this. That's good. Alrighty. We'll see how this goes. What kind of beer? Well, I don't know yet. I don't even know if I have any. I have ciders actually right now, and I have a bottle of wine. I could sip on some wine later today. I could do that. Bush ain't bad. Bush ain't bad. Appearance soon. Pray for me. Have it practice. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Make sure you only have good things to say about me when it's my turn. Okay, man. I am dripped out 9KC. Have to be. Have to be. 1.5 minutes till this starts. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be surprised if monkeys are able to raid within this time, but we'll see. We will see. Coastal? Coastal. Your reflexes are not the same as they were back in 06. Starmania MC. Got Squirt on the account? How's it going, man? We got a couple more napkins. All right. All right. Pretty good, man. Doing pretty well. Doc Hudson bid got leaked back in 06. It still sounded the same. Alrighty. We're going to get this underway in just a moment. They're going low to start. Interesting, to say the least. Wow, that got through two. I don't even know how that happened. That got through two walls at once. Alrighty. Let's see how this goes. They got just over 13 minutes to breach. Finally nuked that sand wall at the front a little bit. Seems a little laggy. TPS looks fine though, so hopefully it's okay. Trust in vape? I do. It sounded so much more Scandinavian. Why is eye patch? Okay. Alrighty. Going on through. I think we're going to have to see something crazy out of monkeys for this to, you know, work, I guess. But you never know. You never know. Not sure what we're going to be seeing today. I think at some point someone will defend the full 20 minutes, but I don't know, man. At the same time, I don't know. But this could be a very important match for Hemo. Tiebreakers are decided from wall differential. Oops, excuse me. Golly. Are decided from wall differential. Damn. First. So if they can hold a lot of their walls, that's going to be really important for later on if they have any ties with any of the other teams. It's already been. It is 20-minute raids, but monkeys got breached in 13 minutes before this, so it's only 13 minutes to raid the following time. Yeah, but it is 20-minute raids. 10-minute mark. I think they're doing okay. They're doing okay. They are high. They tried to detect it where they go low and then have high chords to go to, which honestly is working right now. But we'll see how this goes. They just got 10 minutes to hold. And they are drilling. Did we get a couple kills? I didn't see any. People might be getting out to get pots and things like that. But I'm not sure. That's why your communication has to be pristine during this, to say the least. Going on through. For some of the future matches, I might have to have 3 Minecrafts open to staff some of these things. So we're going to see how that goes. Hopefully it doesn't lag my stream that much. I'm going to try and minimize them all as much as I can, but we'll see. All my life, my team is fucking locked. Dude, Simo, they're doing well. They're doing well. They will figure out how to rev. That would be quite the sight to see. Going on through. They are drilling, and they have a lot open low. But we'll see how this happens, man. We'll see how this goes. Still drilling on through. 10 minutes remaining now. Hemo's going to have to stabilize just a little bit, but I have faith that they'll be able to. But I'm not sure, man. I mean, they're, I don't know. Monkeys is using a lot of their adjusts. We'll see. Kex did the same thing when they were raiding, and it worked out for him. So we're going to see how this works for monkeys, but they are drilling, man. They are getting pretty deep already, almost 4 chunks in only a couple minutes. This is looking a lot better for monkeys than I thought it would. They got to get their players a little better adjusted. I think they're just trying to make a panic at the moment with some of these adjusts. But we'll see how this goes. Going on through another sand wall down. Officially halfway into this buffer. But it is a lot more blocked up here than it was when Monkeys was defending. So we'll see. Dead. Keks it right there. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. A couple of the forcers for Monkeys, though, they died. But it doesn't really matter because they were able to get right back before the Hemo patches were able to get there. Slav's doing his best at the moment. Struggling to touch to get a couple more patches. But Keks it is going to bring it up. Take the lead on holding this shot right now. Let's see how it goes. What time are you going to spectate if you're playing at the same time? Yeah, it's I'm gonna like swap in between the matches when I'm doing them, but we'll see. I'm stuck. Where's Cheesy? He's all right. There is slash stuck for anybody. If you do get stuck, just slash stuck, you'll get out of it. But we'll see. We'll see how this continues. They have stabilized quite a lot. This is kind of what I was expecting. They are fresh, but they're not gonna actually. Contrary to what I was going to say they weren't going to nuke a lot of patches, but they got rid of a lot right there. So that is going to help them at the end of the day. They really need this area right here, this like left part of the breach. They're going to have to get some blocks here. Right now it seems like everybody's patching off of this side, but you want to get some blocks off on the other part of that. Keks it up to patch, doing his best. This is like going a little better for Monkeys than I really thought it would. I'm really interested to see how the rest of these matches go after watching this, because we might see 2 breaches here, which would be honestly crazy, because I think that's the fastest breach we've seen was Hemo breaching Monkeys. I think it was the fastest breach we've seen this tournament so far, so I'd expect this not to be any quicker, but you never really know. You never really know how this is going to go. Slav's fraud? Oh no. Oh no. Alright, they're going on through. They are fresh. WTF Vape, one of the other main adjusters that have been very active on this server, on these game modes. So this could really be showing to his advantage at the moment, having all that experience with matches like this. It's going to be very interesting to see how a lot of the other adjusters today work that aren't as used to this style of match, I guess. And, you know, used to longer, bigger raids that take a lot longer time. We're going to see how they go. But they're 3 chunks off at the moment. 7 minutes to go. Halfway in. We're probably about the same place we were with Monkeys. But, I mean, the communication needs to get a little bit better because Hemo is just not doing as well as I thought they would. Slav's on the shot. So is Cure Client EXE. Let's see if they can manage to keep it through. Now, we are full height level. A couple shots there. Not sure why we flicked onto that, but going on through, not fresh at the moment, just 3 chunks remaining for Hemo and their buffer. Like I said, wall differential is a very important part today that will determine standings, so they got to try and just defend as many of these walls as possible and not just play to not get breached. But they are 255, full high, full fresh, and they are trying to get through. Going to those 255 cords can prove to be very beneficial for the Raiders, as it's, you know, it opens up a lot when they overstack a few blocks below, and then when they toggle that OS off and go high, that's some free shots right there to clear a lot of these patches. As you see, it really cleared out a lot of this area right here already. They are full fresh. 206. There is a Pearl going right there, but it looks like it was Slavs who went ahead and respawned instead. They're going through at the moment. They need someone here to catch. Practicing on the shop. So is iVamp. Hemo needs to get some patches off. I don't think they're insanely worried about this at the moment. It is very low, but they're going to have to block it up the best they can. It seems like Hemo's communications just probably aren't quite what they need to be at the moment. Might be something they grow into as they play more matches. 5 minutes remaining. This is not anywhere close to over yet. There are only 3 chunks off. Couple chunks. Oh, wait, even less. They're almost 2 chunks off with 5 minutes to go. Full fresh again. WTF Vape is really putting in a shift. I've been very impressed with these adjusts so far. Let's see how they continue through the rest of this match now. 5 minutes remaining. Is Hemo going to be able to hold, or will Monkeys pull off the upset? Especially after how that initial raid went. I did not think anything like this was really possible, but we're about to find out nonetheless. Representing mine age well, Prack. That's right. Drip fraud. Oh, no. Continuing on through. Full fresh still. Can they get in at the moment? Almost 2 chunks off at this cord right here at 230. Back high. They're doing very well about just going to places the Hemo patches are not. But will it just prove to be too much at some point? And will everything else get blocked up? As you see, this is a lot more blocked up than Monkeys was, but it's really not mattering. They are just drilling. They are finding very good coordinates to get on through. So we will see how this continues. All right. Going through at the moment. Can they get in the base? They have about 3 or 4 minutes remaining now. These last 2 chunks tend to be the hardest for a lot of these teams. But can Hemo stabilize? Slavs, one of the better pre-patchers in this game. Very good at holding the shot too. But he's going to have to show off a lot here and try and block up a lot of this area, because these are just fresh cores right now, and they're fresh anyway. Slavs gets a couple shots. It falls down a little bit through the water gap. Cheesy's going to go ahead and pearl up to the shot to force. Slavs doing his best, doing what he can, trying to get this through. 241 now. Fraudsters patching it high. We haven't seen a lot of him so far, but seems like he's been a lot of front wall work at the moment. Doing well at catching the shot with a player on him. 251, drilling at the moment. You really don't want to see this if you are a Hemo, but it doesn't matter. Fraudsters really putting the team on his back at the moment. These are very important patches that he's getting off. GZXT doing his best to force him away from that shot. Get those shots in. They're going to go ahead and go low. Trying to drill through. It does seem like Monkeys have hit a bit of a hole or a block, I guess, in some of these new coordinates. Doesn't seem like there's as many fresh chords available. Practicing, trying to force fresh. Cure Client EXE doing their best to try and patch this up as best as they can. Definitely a lot more blocked than normal, but there's still a coordinate that they can use at some point to try and go for a breach. This is going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. A lot closer than I was probably expecting. So let's see. This is going to be fresh. If it goes on through, it got caught earlier in the buffer. Let's see who's catching that right now. Cure Client EXE and Kexit04 doing their best. Fraudsters coming down to the shot. I really think you got to get somebody on Fraudsters all the time. He's proven to be one of the best shot holders in this match at the moment. They went down to that low chord. It's going to be harder to use any other chord. Kexit trying to get some pre-patches lower, so they can't use that, but he's dead. Noob Gamer iVamp takes care of him. This is going to be a very close event. About just under 2 minutes remaining of this match. Can they continue to work? Going on through. Very fresh high. You got to get some players on here if you are Hemo. Slavs trying to get up to the shot. He's maneuvering his way through. Triple D's no fraud. His team is selling him. Oh no. Gets a little goblin always hiding, catching in the middle. A little bit. Kexit04 doing just that, catching in the middle. Full fresh though. This is not looking good. They're almost a chunk away, but now it's a issue of time. Do Monkeys have enough time? There's only 20 more shots available for them to shoot, and they have, probably 12 walls to get through. So they got to hope for a lot of fresh shots, because I think this match is over now. It got very sketchy there for Hemo for a moment, but it seems like they have blocked it up. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Monkeys to breach this base with the time remaining. 15 shots more that Monkeys can shoot. Are they going to be able to go ahead and get on through? I'm not really confident about it, but they are full fresh. They have to get this, keep going through. That's 2 shots fresh. Oh, and not quite. Gets split as it comes through. They're going through another kill. Kexit04 is dead. I don't think they're going to have enough, but they are full fresh. They are full fresh. Can they continue to go through? Slavs trying to get a couple patches off. His patch gets destroyed by the shot, and that is probably going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Congrats to Hemo with the first win of the day. That was very close, to say the least, but Hemo is going to prove to be victorious, and Monkeys will take the first loss of the day. Can't say this wasn't what we were expected. I honestly think this was a little closer than I thought it would be after the initial raid attempt. Hemo defends 9 walls and breaches monkeys. They have a +9 wall differential. Very important for the tiebreakers that happen later in the day. Hulk does game. Reminds me of Fight Club, but raiding. Yes, dude. Throwback. Throwback. Requesting Slavs and let's see. Cheesy. Oh, hold on. Requesting Slavs for post-match interview. Reminder, do not log off or go off live or leave your call till I say. All right, let's go ahead and talk to the main man Slav, see what he has to say. Let's get him in here real quick. Slavs, congratulations on the result. First match of the day. Walk me through how that went. You know, the raid was very quick. I think it was a quicker breach than a lot of people would have thought. And the ensuing defending phase, I think, was maybe a little closer than some people would think. So walk me through how that went and how your team is feeling overall.
Yeah, so rating, it was just Pixit was bugging with his orbit, and we could have definitely gotten quicker, but I'm very happy with how he did and what we were doing as a team. Our comms were pretty good, but when it came to patching, in the beginning they just got really deep, super high, and we weren't having like good comms. But then towards the end, when they started dropping low, we fixed up our things with patching low and fixed our comms. Everybody was focused, and then towards the end, we just figured that we won. We saw the time, and we were extremely happy with our win.
That's great. That is great to hear. Y'all did a great job, and y'all have another match right after this, pretty much, if I remember. Let me go ahead and pull up the schedule so I can see. But tell me how you're feeling about your next match, just, you know, in probably 20 minutes from now against Paradise Boys.
I haven't checked out the roster for Paradise Boys yet, but I'm not gonna get too overconfident and say, oh yeah, we're gonna beat them. But I'm very confident with my team's abilities and how we play as a team, and how we have our comms and how our skills are as an individual players as by ourselves. So I'm pretty happy. I think we'll go into it with another W, and hopefully we go today undefeated and don't lose a single match.
That's right. That's right. Well, that is definitely the goal, and good luck for the rest of the day. Potentially we'll talk a little later with another interview, but until then, good luck, and we'll see how you do. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first match of the day. Like I said, we have about 20 minutes until the next matches. I'm going to be very active as staffing a lot of these matches today. So I'm going to go ahead and do a lot of that, get that set up, and then we'll go ahead and bring the live stream back once the matches are good to go. Okay, team. We're back. This is gonna be a little crazy. Hold on, I gotta. Now my fucking game capture is all fucked up. Let's see which one is. Oh, perfect. First one. Yeah, it did take a long time. I'm doing this whole thing by myself, so that's all right. Oh, a shot for that one? That might be the case. Okay, we're gonna watch Poop versus Bikini Bottom for a little bit, and then we'll go to the other one. Let's go ahead and check. Let's make sure their sandbot works, bro. I know it's not. I know it's working. Sandbot is fine. It will if you set it to sub during raid phase. Alright, slash. Your sandbot is fine. Okay, spec. What the fuck is toggle doing? Oh. Spec. Who am I? Launch control. Team blue. Launch control. What's that? I set it, but it's what team leader does. Okay. All right. I will actually put on this one for now. We'll go in and out of the games because this is going to be fucked. Tell me any other people spectating. No, there's nobody else spectating. All right. This is a lot for me to handle. I could use my staff team to do what they said, but it's okay. Whatever. They're going through. All right, let's make sure nobody is screaming at me in DMs. Hold on. All right. I have 6 things. All right. Wait. What the fuck is this music? What the hell? What just happened? What is this music, bro? Oh my god, bro. Okay. Alright, we're gonna take that off. Okay, we're watching now. We've got Hemo versus Paradise Boys. We just watched Hemo take a victory a second ago. So we're gonna see if they can continue their tear, to say the least. We're gonna take a look at the other game in just a moment, just see how it is, because they've been shooting a little longer at this point. Full fresh right now. Let's see how this can go. Slav's doing his best, trying to get some patches off. X toggled, forcing it through. Let's make sure. Let me make sure there's 4 people doing both of these. Let's see. Team Blue, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? That's not how it should be. Hold on. Coastal. I don't think Coastal is forcing. He's not. Okay. That's fine. As long as he wasn't doing that, that is okay. Let me go ahead and switch him. All right. Got a lot of shit going on. Hold on. Let's find theirs. TP Adolf 1. He's in game mode. Oh, he's not. Okay. GMSP Adolf 1. There. That's fine. Okay. /spec. Got to figure all this shit out. I apologize, but this is just part of it. TP Coastal. GMSP Coastal. Okay. Everything should be a little better now. Alright. Hemo, or Paradise Boys, they are currently about 2 chunks in on Hemo. Making this work the best they can. Let's go ahead and check actually on the other match. See how it's going. Currently, they're getting drilled. Who is patching at the moment? It looks like the other team is patching right now. 7 minutes in. This is Bikini Bottom versus Poop. One of the other Open Qualifier teams. Very deep at the moment. Already, let's see. Already over halfway into the base. Not looking great for Bikini Bottom. But can they go ahead and make this a little more packed? All right. Going on through best they can. Let's see if they can continue this tear. Hey Star, getting some patches off. This team is without 2 of its higher picks, Lucky Bullet and Move Back, both not on for Bikini Bottom. So this was always going to be a tough match for them. They're hoping those players can be on a little later in the day. So that is out for Bikini Bottom, but they just got to try and hold this the best they can. I think if they can get to the 7-minute mark, that'll be good for them to just try and raid after that. Let's see how they continue. Poopy Stinky Head getting to Haystar, doing their best, trying to get on through. Currently, almost 3 chunks off. But they are holding it a little better than they were, it seemed, from the start. I'm going to stay here for a little bit because this is quite a change in what we were expecting. You know, Bikini Bottom had a bit of a disadvantage with some of their higher picked players. But they're trying to go through. I'm not going to say the first part of this guy's name on stream, just for family friendliness. But Mr. Gamer is trying to get some patches off at the moment. They're full fresh right now. Let's see if they can keep it going through. Alrighty. Here they continue on going. Turska trying to get some patches off. Factions Unk, as a lot of people would say, getting a couple catches. But that's about the most he's going to do. They are only about 3 chunks off right now, but it is the 10-minute mark. I think they are stabilizing a lot more. Let's see how they're going to be able to continue this tirade onto Bikini Bottom's buffer. Bikini Bottom really, I think, just has to hope that they're going to be able to breach within the time they're given, because I think it's going to be very difficult for them to hold this the whole 20 minutes when arguably 2 of their best patchers are not even here. So that is not going to be easy for them. No easy task, but we'll see how it continues. They did draw lucky with playing, you know, an Open Qualifier team at the start. So we're going to see how this continues. You know, playing an Open Qualifier team, obviously it's supposed to be, you know, one of the bottom couple teams, so this is probably what you want if you're not going to have your players readily available for the first time. But let's see, they're going on through. We're going to go ahead and check out the other game real quick, see how this is continuing on. 7 minutes into this game, and it looks like they are about just over 3 chunks in. This is a much slower pace, I think, than Monkeys was doing onto Hemo. Hemo maybe getting a little more used to this type of game mode and, you know, stabilizing a little bit more than they were in the previous match. Their communication probably a little bit better, But we're going to see if they can continue to just get this on through. Alrighty. Can they continue making this work, to say the least? Having to switch the graphics for who's playing is a lot too. There they continue. I mean, this is getting held like a brick wall. This might be the first time we see somebody hold the entire 20 minutes. And because of that, we're going to watch the other match for a minute now, because this does seem like it's a lot closer to being a breach than the other one. Let's go ahead and find out how this is going to be. Going on through, almost full fresh. We're about 8 minutes in, or remaining, 12 minutes into the raid, and Bikini Bottom's putting up a fight. You know, I think getting to the 15-minute mark is nothing to shake your head at, right? I think, they're obviously not at their full strength. They just want to try and get as long into this as they can. Let's see if they'll be able to. We've got a couple, not super family-friendly names, so we're just going to try and, do the best we can with those. Sir Man and Gamer Man doing their best to hold this buffer. Turska doing what he can at the moment. Faction Zunk, a lot of wisdom behind those eyes, but they are full fresh right now. 2 chunks off of this base. Can they hold for another 2 minutes? I think if they can hold for 2 minutes, they would be confident in being able to breach within that amount of time. But let's see how this is going to go, how this is going to end for Bikini Bottom. They wanted to defend, or they wanted to raid first, I believe. Poop won the coin toss and chose to raid first. So that is why this is happening. I do think raiding first is probably the advantage, and it's just a matter of if those coin flips go your way before these matches. Going full fresh, almost. It's getting patched a little bit high. This is very good for Bikini Bottom. Keeping these 2 chunks as much as they can, but that's a fresh shot and another. They are getting a lot deeper. Mr. Gamer doing his best. Turska on the shot. Can he get a couple? Good patch from Haystar. Absolutely clutch from Haystar. Getting that entire coordinate patched up. Very important. He's patching below that too. Get some pre-patches. That is going to become very important later in this match, but they are full fresh almost at 2:32, getting to scary hours for Bikini Bottom. We've seen plenty of breaches within 15 minutes, so it will be very doable for them to breach within that time. But will we see an open qualifier team get their first win this match? 200 full fresh. Haystar's trying to get on it, not quite there. He is on it again. Full patching that coordinate in a very good core, to say the least. They are low right now. Can they patch up this coordinate? It's going to be very important. If they can get this patched up, I think it's going to be very hard for them to get through, but they're a chunk off. It doesn't matter. They're trying to get as much as they can. Turska coming in to save the day already. 1 more minute until that 15-minute mark. I think it's a great way to get to. Can they hold at least till then? Very low already. Lots of high cords, though. Are they going to be able to pack this up as best as they can? Continuing to move on through. I want to go to the other side of things real quick, take a look at what's going on, but this is getting very close. Only a few walls off. We might take a look very soon. But they are fresh. I want to stay here until this gets packed up. Mr. Gamer getting some patches off, doing his best. Haystar doing a lot of work here for Bikini Bottom. Mr. Sir is doing his best too, as the shot goes straight, almost fresh, getting a lot of patches off. They're at that 15-minute mark, though. That is so important. So important right now for their clan. Bikini Bottom holding this down. If they were to hold this for the full 20-minute mark, I would be beyond shocked. But if they would, that would be quite a performance out of their team. Being a couple very crucial players down, we're going to go ahead and see once this gets a little more packed up, but they're going to be very close to fresh. They are full fresh at the moment. They need to patch that up. They do. Mr. Sir goes ahead and gets a couple patches off, just a few walls away from breaching this base. We are going to see, can they continue to get on through? I'm going to go ahead and take a real quick peek at the other match. Just see how far in they are. Not even close. We're going to go right back to the other side of things. And, oh, we're into the wrong one. And keep an eye on this because of how close it is. 4 minutes remaining now for Bikini Bottom to patch. Got a couple patches off at the front. Very crucial. Turska and Mr. Gamer doing their best at the moment. Really doing well at the moment. Turska really showing out a lot better than I think a lot of people thought he would. They are doing great. Can they continue on patching this out? Getting to the 3-minute mark almost. 17 minutes in. This is a very good performance out of Bikini Bottom, I'd say. Just to hold this as long as they have. Being down their players. Getting as deep as they were so quick. I'm surprised. I'm surprised they've been able to hold this well this long. But we're going to see how this continues. Mr. Gamer dead right there. But they are full fresh. Almost. Not quite, though. Not quite. Ling Poopy Pants doing it. Mr. Sir getting his shots, or the shots caught. And they're back trying to get to fresh. And it's going to be quite difficult to even get here. They might be able to patch this entire 20-minute buffer, which would be absurd in my opinion. This is going to be quite a performance out of the Bikini Bottom squad. But I really do think Poop just went low too quick. They got a little overzealous, a little excited because it seemed like it was going to be a very quick breach and has almost bit themselves because of it, getting all of this packed up. I mean, look at this area right here. It is going to be so hard to get a shot through in any of these coordinates, but it doesn't matter if they're that fresh high, almost at the 18-minute mark. Going on through now, continuing what they can. Turska on it again, man. Showing an MVP performance out of the faction's uncle. Can he continue? He's not a stranger to placing a block or two, but they are full fresh. That is not good. He got split earlier in the buffer. They're going to have to hold that. They are only a couple walls away from this. 2 minutes remaining in this attempt. A great performance out of Bikini Bottom. I am surprised after how this looked 7 minutes into the match. Stabilizing like this has been very impressive. Will they be able to breach Poop on the other side of things? I think at this point, they're going to be... It's just going to be a matter of if they can breach or not. They're not going to have many walls to their name, but we're going to see if they might be able to breach and win this match. Back fresh now. Almost. Haystar on the shot. Haystar doing a great performance as well. I don't think a lot of people thought that he was going to be one of these main patchers. This is very good to show from the Bikini Bottom squad, and hopefully they get a couple of their better players on soon, but we will see. We will see, to say the least. 1.5 minutes remaining. They only need 3 fresh shots. They're getting through at this coordinate. They got to hold this. Haystar's dead. This might be it. They're going through. Turska's on it because why not? Of course he is. Here they come. Mr. Gamer getting his best patching ability out. He's going to hold that for as best as he can. And they're going to keep on going through. What a hold by this team. Going on through. Can they continue? I am not sure if they're going to be able to breach. This has been one of, I mean, by this point, the best patching performance we've seen out of a faction up until now. They got so deep, so quick, and they are just not going to be, or not going to get breached it seems, but they're full fresh right there. Almost another wall off. Can't they continue this march into their buffer? Poop definitely going to be disappointed with how this has gone, considering how the first half of this raid phase went. But there they are, full fresh. I don't know, they're not going to be able to breach at this cord, but does it matter? Is Bikini Bottom going to understand? I think that's going to be it. They're going to wrap it up. What a hold. The first full 20-minute raid phase hold, and it came in one of the worst probabilities that we've seen at the start of this. Wow, 5 walls remaining. Got a couple full walled high. That is incredible. What a performance out of the Bikini Bottom squad. Let's go ahead. What in the world is this other? Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and check this other one out. 3 minutes remaining, and they have a lot of buffer remaining, but they're full fresh. As I say that, doing their best to try and get through. We might see the second 20-minute hold of the day after this. this has definitely taken a turn. Those open qualifier teams just not able to quite hold up as best as we thought they would. Continuing to go through. Can they do this? TP Shankman down. Sir retard. That should be good. Alrighty. Continue to try and get through 2.5 minutes now. SP Shankman down. There we go. GMSP 9KC. Alright. Just some staffing side of things I'm trying to figure out. Doing my best. Alright, let's go ahead and update this graphic now. Oh, wait. No, we had it here. Alright. 2 minutes remaining. Hemo. Proven to be potentially an early favorite for this tournament. A great performance in here against their first qualified drafted team that they've been playing. Can they get on through? And how will their rating be? A lot of people, they were very confident on this part of Hemo's game. Their patching ability, probably one of the highest out of any team, but it's the other side of thing. They're forcing their rating ability. How is that going to end up being for them? Alrighty. 1.5 minutes. I don't think they're going to be close to breaching this, but it's a matter of how many more walls they can get. Every wall is going to count towards those tiebreakers at the end of today. So let's see how this happens, how this goes, how this continues. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. A kill earlier. Fraudster's dead. I don't even think they're going to be able to hit another cord fresh. And this is going to be probably the most walls we've seen defended yet, if this comes to be this pace. But they are fresh there, but that's not going to be enough to actually breach that wall and count it against their total. Another one, the same thing. Anything above this emerald block does not actually count against, or excuse me, anything above counts against, anything below does not count against for their total walls. They're just drilling the best they can to try and get some people away. Not a lot of hope from this Paradise Boys side at the moment. Hemo putting in quite the performance. All they have to do is breach at this point and they will win. We're going to check in on the other match soon here. They should be coming out of their grace and starting to raid. And we're going to see how that goes. All they'll have to do is breach as well. Going on through. Can they continue? Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to hit any sort of fresh as this match is going to wrap up. Let's see how many walls they end up being on. My prediction is about 15, but let's see. 15, just like I thought. That is an incredible total. We're going to have to take a look at the other one, but it is a very good GMSP 9KC. A very good wall difference for Hemo's squad at the moment. Let's go ahead and check the other raid going on. The raid has just started, so we're just in time. Go ahead and watch this for a little bit here and continue this on through. Ooh, man. I'm going to need some more water. All right, while this is starting, I'm going to grab myself some water. Tell me, I can kind of see on my phone, but tell me how the quality of the stream is. Let me know if it's not good. I have 3 Minecrafts running right now, so let me know how it is. I'm going to grab some water, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they're going to be able to actually pull off this win. You know, they gave quite the change of who is. I'm getting so many messages. It's really hard to monitor this all, but that's okay. Let's see if Bikini Bottom's going to be able to raid, to breach, because at this point, that's what they're going to have to need. That's what they're going to need in order to breach at this point in time. Hope. Okay, good. Bikini Bottom. Let's see what they can do. This is very important for them. Getting a win here and then potentially getting their better players after this is going to be very, very important for them to keep their ability to move on going. Because dropping a game here would not be great. This is their easiest, supposed to be their easiest game of the day. Dropping a game here would be not great for anyone. Right. Alrighty. Alright, doing some staff side of things. Apologies. As this is starting, I'll be, a little more open to doing that. But going on through, full fresh right now, 235. Not a bad pace, but not a good pace either out of Bikini Bottom. We're going to see how this ends up. We're going to check in on the other match as well. It's going to be hard to do much more than 16 walls to win that match between Hemo and Paradise Boys. But it is important about just making that wall difference as good as possible. Hold on. Spec leave / TP pies / GMSP / TP pies. Why is he not in? Hold on. /spec. Who is this? Middle click. Freeze. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix this off. /spec. Let's see. Click manage team blue. Forcer. All right, hold on. Let me go ahead and do this. I'm live. What Reaper needs to be in? Who needs to be out?
Coding.
On Reaper in.
All right.
Can you reset our roles, please?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we should have patched. Maybe we should have patched.
There's.
Wait, wrong side.
Your chat.
Forcer.
Your chat.
Substitute. Save.
Bad looks. Bad looks.
Coastal, try and do /roster. Can you?
No. Only team leader can.
Okay.
Bad.
Okay. I'm gonna match. I'm gonna unfreeze this, and I'm gonna see if you get put into thing.
Yeah.
Are you in?
I'm still in.
Oh shit, I beat
Yeah,
him.
yes. Coding some way.
I'm not in.
No, Reaper's not in. Reaper's not
I'm
in.
not in. Your chat. Ah, shit.
Oh mate, yeah, this is cooked, bro.
Hold on.
We're just gonna beam us here.
We're down a patch.
Yeah, like they've already beamed the trunk. It's fine.
They already beamed another shot.
Like, why are they getting so angry, man?
Because this is all they have, bro. They're terrible outside of this shit. I don't care.
Shh, don't swear, man. High top streaming.
Do /kill paused. Tell me if you go back into spectator after that.
I believe I'm in game mode 1 now.
Are you
Why would you take me out of game? Oh no, I'm good.
are you good?
Can you TP me to you, please, so I can start patching right away?
Yes, I will. Alright, so
Let me set up my inventory. Hold up.
Okay. When you change your
Oh,
role,
and I got kicked.
Why?
Flying is not enabled.
Okay, join back.
Cheers.
Just join back.
Oh, and I'm back at the base. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. TP paused. High top. Chat. All right. Coding. If you're in, do /kill, and you should be back to your proper role. Okay.
Yep, I can spectate now.
All right.
Cheers.
I'm gonna start it.
Slavs, bro. You're gonna go. Fuck you, Slavs.
There we go.
Yeah.
They're gonna start moving up, man.
All right. Okay, little technical difficulty. I think I might have either said it's the wrong person or forgot to set their team leader role, so that's the reason why they had an issue there. So I'm more than happy to freeze it, get it going. So that's why. I don't think it's going to change anything. I think they got maybe 2 shots difference, but they're not close. So it's okay. Let's go ahead and check up on this now. Oh my goodness. Wait, they're deep. They are deep. They're only 2 chunks off, less than 2 chunks off at, what is this, 2:14 about. They're drilling right now. This could be just how they finish, and a quick breach is what they got to go for, because the next tie, if wall differential is the same, is quickest breach. So let's see how they're able to get this on through and continue going here. Alrighty. At least the staff side of things are a little easier to do now than the Open Qualifiers. I added some features to make things just a little better for me. So at least, you know, I can do everything like that. We haven't even had any real issues at the moment. Alrighty. Going on through. Can they continue? Can they breach here? They're going to try, but like happened last time, they're using their low chords very early on. Not early on, but they're already using them, which has proven to be an issue for a lot of people. Work client trying to get some patches off. He is getting absolutely just mauled by the Bikini Bottom squad. Can they get through almost a chunk away from this breach, and they get another shot in? 8 walls remaining on this. Vastly did not block the only part he needed to, trying to catch his patch crumb, but he's not quite there. Work client on it. This might be it. They are so close at this point. Very quickly, they could be getting into this base. Shot is being held up front. They are going 206. That is full fresh. It is going to be over just in a second if they continue this. Do they have a breach cord? It seems like they might. Can they continue to get this through? Only a couple shots there, right where I went. Let's see. Can they continue? They got a patch off. They're only 2 walls off. Can they get through this? It's going to be a lot harder. Once you get to these final couple coordinates, it gets so much harder to get through this buffer. Clearing out some patches early, it seems. But they are trying to get through. 10 minutes they have to hold. This is a much worse scenario for Poop than it was for Bikini Bottom on the previous raid phase. Can they make this work? Alrighty. There they go. Continuing. They're high now. They're trying to clear a lot of patches low. A good strategy. They know all they have to do is breach. It does not matter when at this point. They just have to breach and they will win. It looks like they're in though. Not quite. They're too low. They are at the base shell, but they're too low to get in right now. Do they have another cord they can use? I think they do. Trying to get through. This is a good cord if they find it. But will they is the question. Full fresh high. I don't think many of the Poop members are going to get onto that, because the important part is to just hold their base. They're so close. That might be it. One more shot. They are really just holding the best they can. Getting on through now. Can they make this work? Fresh early. Love the channel. Dude, keep it up. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Making it work. They are so close to breaching this base. They are on this final wall, but they haven't been able to get through yet. They need one shot to get through and finish this match. 8 minutes remaining now. Can they end up getting it? Alrighty. Full, fresh, almost, not quite. They still have some coordinates. I got a fly flying in my face. Are they going to make this work? Are they going to make this work? We'll check in on the other match soon, but I have a funny feeling this is a lot closer to being over than the other one. Trying to figure out everything they can, get any shot through, but it's just going to be very difficult. I would use some of those mid-high chords right now, try and clear out some of these low patches, and then force it through. But they're just trying to force at this coordinate. Not a bad idea, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Can they continue this tirade? A very good performance by Bikini Bottom already. This is going to be a close match, but they could finish this right then and there if they are able to get this breach happened. Chud doing his best, getting some blocks off at Fresh. That almost would have been a breach. It was a great catch by Chud. Can they continue to make this work? All right, it does seem like it's going to be a little difficult to get through. We're going to look at the other one real quick. Just see how things are going. Very good hold by Paradise Boys right now. And as I say that, they're full fresh. But not bad to say the least. We'll come back to that eventually. But we do want to check on this raid as they are base wall for this breach. But they're just trying to breach at this coordinate. That's going straight through. Oh my goodness. Another crazy catch by Chud to prevent the breach. Doing their best. Will they try and full wall anything? Because they need 5 walls. Vastly full walling the best he can. They need to get 5 walls full walled in order to win this match. Doesn't seem like he's full walling him. He's more just patching right now. So it's not going to count towards the total. But they're trying to stabilize so they don't get breached. Very important to say the least. Going on through now early. Not any poop players here. I think they're trying to just clear a lot, open up low. This is, I think, a good strategy. Trying to get rid of a lot of the things at the front part of the walls. Will they be able to is the question. Will they be able to? Alrighty. Going on through at the moment. Still, you know, it's been stabilized very well. They got to the base shell and not much further. 5 minutes remaining. This might be a better hold than we saw Bikini Bottom do right before this. What a match by these two teams. Going on through now. All they need is one shot fresh. I think that might be it. Oh my goodness, they're still so close, but not quite. They needed one more shot. Work Client to the rescue to save that. They're trying to get back through. Not quite. Back to 216. Trying to clear out some more. All they need is one shot, but Poop is not giving them it. Still very close. This match could change very quickly. All Poop needs to do is full wall a few walls to try and get this match win, but they also got to make sure they do not get breached. A couple deaths right there by the Poop side of things. That could be very important as they continue going through. They are drilling fresh. A Ocean Pearl. That is tragic, but Turska lands it with his black magic powers, being the faction's philosopher that he is. Chud trying to get some patches off as best as he can. Can they get through? I do not see any fresh coordinates at this area. It is going to be a battle to see if they can get this through. Alrighty. Making it work the best they can. 214, 210. Doing whatever they can. All they need is one shot. This is gonna be close. Let's check. They currently have a couple walls almost full walled, but nothing's gonna count towards their total. There's still holes in it all, but it's going through. This might be it. Not quite. They get so close and then just get turned away from Poop catching these crucial patches. Can they continue to get through and breach this base? Time is ticking now. Once again, Bikini Bottom defended 5 walls. If Poop defends any less than that, they will lose this match. Reminder, if they do patch 5 walls exactly, and this goes into a tie, it will then be tie broken by average damage dealt outside of the adjuster. So the lowest person on average damage dealt gets excluded, and then it is decided on that. Not sure who that would go to right now, but we will see, to say the less. They do have the full wall. I don't know if they'll be able to. They need to put somebody there, but they might just get hit away from it. All they have to do is patch just a handful of blocks right here, and they could win this match. But putting one there gets someone away from patching the actual shot. They're drilling through. They might just try and breach at 215. Not quite. Poop is doing a very good job of catching these shots as they get to them. Alrighty. Continuing to make this work. Will they be able to say the least? This is going to be incredibly close. Can we see a miracle done by Poop? Or will Bikini Bottom win this match? Bikini Bottom doesn't care how it's done. They just want to win it. They're down a few players. They just want to see a W in their column because this is supposed to be their easiest match of the day. They cannot afford dropping this because that makes the rest of the day much more scary. I don't know if I want to unmute chat, to be honest. I don't think I do. Going through now, trying to make this thing happen. Alrighty. Still drilling as best as they can, but it just doesn't look like they're going to be able to actually block this up or actually get the breach. Ling getting held out here. I think Turska found him full walling. Let's see if Ling's going to get back to full walling. Is that what he's trying to do? He is. Turska's going to hold him away. Just a few blocks and he kills him. That's a very crucial kill. A minute and a half remaining. Turska is going to make sure that they cannot win this match. If I were Poop, I would send everybody to full wall. Who cares if you get breached at this point? You just got to try and win the match. It is going to be so incredibly close. I'm going to check real quick, make sure we're not missing anything important on the other one. Let's see if there's any sort of progress. They are pretty deep. It seems like they just hit that. Let's go ahead and go right back to the other one. Make sure everything is okay. Uncle of Factions with a very big brain play, to say the least. They're trying to get through. I think they're not going to have enough. But is anybody attempting the full wall? There is. Ling Poopy Pants is doing his best. This is going to come down right to the wire. Chud full walling as well. This is going to be insane. They have to hit a couple fresh shots or else this might just be over. Poop is going to try and full wall the best they can, trying to get some fresh shots in. 51 seconds remaining, trying to get these shots in. But I don't know. I think they're going to be able to get it, to be honest. Maybe not, though. Some of these have some holes that are going to be very hard to get. You have Mr. Gamer onto Ling Poopy Pants. This is going to be incredibly close. 30 seconds remaining. They only need more full walls to win this match, but I don't think they're going to be able to. A Ocean Pearl that might not matter, but if it does, it's going to be terrible. As it continues, Chud goes ahead and dies. He's only going to be able to patch for 10 more seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to make this work. It's going to be 0 on the patch. Maybe 1, maybe 2 actually. But that might be the best they have. Maybe 3 actually. I am beside myself. They have 3 full walls done. 4 seconds. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. 5 walls. Let's see what their final total ends up being. 1 wall. Oh no. Oh no, it was so close. 4 walls changed that out. What a match, to say the least. Let's go ahead and go to the other one. A big win from Bikini Bottom. That is important for them, being down a couple important players. And Hemo is drilling right now. 5 minutes remaining. They are full fresh, getting on through. Hemo proven to be a powerhouse at the moment, taking down 2 factions by breach and not getting breached. That is an incredible performance by the Hemo squad today. They will finish 2 of their games already and give them an incredible chance to move on to the playoffs tomorrow. 2 wins with a great wall differential. I think it's almost impossible that they don't move on unless something insane happens in their last game. I will unmute chat soon. Not yet, though. It's getting a little crazy. Whew. Losing my voice. Sure Client with the kill on toggled. They are getting through. Fraudsters doing work right now. .248. Trying to get through a little early. We'll go ahead and unmute chat. See how it is. I'm not sure if people see that or not, but chat is unmuted. So, going on through. Less than a chunk left. Can they continue making this work? Alrighty. Still fresh. Only about 6 walls away. And relatively, yeah, not as high as I was thinking, but doing their best right now. I think it's going to be very difficult for Paradise Boys to make this happen. To make this happen, to say the least. Alrighty now. Making this work. Going through right now. But I just don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Hemo proven to be one of the strongest points at the moment. Y200 getting through. Hemo just being calm, cool, and collected, and doing their best. Doing their best right now. This is a 16 or 15 wall defend earlier. I don't think that's almost going to be possible from this Paradise Boys side. I think they might be able to hold it without getting breached, but we will see. Okay. I might start and try and get this next match going. Because this one I think is going to be just about done at the moment. So what I'm going to do is start working on this. Let's see. I'm going to do this. We're going to... Actually, I can just pull this up over here, can't I? Aha. Much better. Okay. What is the next match? Let's see. We're at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Coke versus Poop. All right. Let's go ahead and kick all the other players. Kick. 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 Okay. Slash. Hold on. Inviting you now, Evan. We'll stick here. They are close. They are close, but, you know, well, this actually might just be it. This might be it. Is this it? That is. Okay. Well, that is the match done and handled. We're going to go ahead and get the next matches started. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll be back in just a moment and let's get that done. Alrighty.
and I stay under you fighting. Plus I'm storming on you chumps like I'm thunder and lightning. Ain't no way you breaking me, kid. I'm harder than nails. Plus I keep it on lock like I'm part of the jail. I'm slaughtering stale competition. I got the whole block wishing they could run with my division, but they gone fishing with no bait. Kid, your boy whole weight. I got my soul straight. I brush your mouth like Colgate. In any weather, I'm never better. Your boy's so hot, you never catch me in the next man's sweater. If they hate, let them hate. I drop your whole clan. Lay out down for the 3-second tan. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now.
It's gon' be what it's gon' be. 5 pounds of courage, buddy, base, 10 pants with a gold tee. It's a war dance, a victory step. A boss stance is a gift, and you insist it's my rep. John Cena trademark, y'all are so-so. And talk about the bread you make, but don't know the recipe for dough. Aiming guns in all your photos, that's a no-no. When this pop, your lip lock, your big talks a blatant no-so. See what happens when the ice age melt. It seems monetary status is not what matters, but it helps. I'm rocking timepiece by Benny, if any. The same reason y'all could love me is the same reason y'all condemn me. A man's measured by the way that he thinks, not clothing lines, ice links, leather and minks. I spent 20 plus years seeking knowledge of self. So for now, Mark Brecker's living life for wealth.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now.
All right, team. We're back. We're back. All right, let's watch these. Which one? I believe this one just started. So we'll watch this. Whoa, already beaming. Coke doing work at the moment. Okay, what I am going to do is I'm going to sit right here for a little bit. I'm going to go piss real quick, and I will be right back because I need to pee. So I'll be right back. All right. We're back. See how it's going. Not looking good at all for Poop at the moment. 2 chunks off already. Coke is doing absolute work at the moment. Both of our Open Qualifier teams into their second matches right now. We just saw Poop play. They're playing again. We're going to see how this continues. This is just, I mean, this is not going well for Poop. Seems like some of their spirit might have been hurt after that match, because this is just not good. Not good at all. They are incredibly deep, very high. Cayman absolutely trying to show his worth on Adjust again. Let's see if I can. Okay, that's good. All right. Need to change the music a little bit. Alrighty. Going through, they're still incredibly high. Cayman is known for being very solid at getting deep, high, doing his work on longer raids, but can something like this be to his advantage as well? Alrighty. 204, still drilling, less than 2 chunks away. This is going to be potentially the quickest raid we have seen. It is not even contested at the moment. Plenty of open coordinates. I'm going to assume, if I know Cayman, he's going right above here very soon. Gonna have to go there quick before it goes away, though. They are less than 1 chunk off. Not looking good for this side. Full fresh 230. There they go. This is going to be probably the quickest raid we see today. Where's the other? Oh, okay. Going on through, continuing this. 6 walls remaining. They're at 230. This is going to be incredibly quick from this side. Coke absolutely put belt down at the moment, and I would like to think there's a breach coordinate, but I don't know. I don't know actually. It doesn't look like it's gonna matter. That is going to be it more than likely. They just need one Adjust to get in this base. Probably the most impressive forcing performance we have seen yet. They still are not in though. All they need is 1 coordinate to get in this base. Did the cannon blow? What happened? Still going on. They're wasting time though. Still not here. All they need is 1 shot. Surely nothing happens. There it is. They are in just like that. An incredibly fast raid, to say the least. Goodness gracious. I'm going to wait here for a second to see those final stats, because that was something else. Next, we will go to Team 1 versus Monkeys, but Poop already has dropped their first 2 games. Not looking good for them to even try to get to that top 2 spot they need to, but you never know. They have 1 more match. We will see how it goes. Alrighty. Let's see. We're going to the other team. Go ahead and take a look at how this is going. Team 1 slowly getting through. Will they be able to make this work? I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Make sure everything is good. Breached. Yeah. All right. Going on through. Monkeys defending first in this scenario. Vape doing his best. Put up a decent performance earlier today. But we're about to see what happens. We're about to see what happens. These matches being a little quicker would certainly help the schedule of today, but we'll see. What just happened? What just happened? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's change this real quick. Alright, //1. And I will just go all the way down here. / replace air sand. Oh shit, wait, hold on. It's probably not air, is it? Oh, it is. Okay, now water. Okay, spec. We'll be right back. There we go. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's fine on that side of things. Yeah. All good in the neighborhood. All right, let's go back to the other match. See how that is going. All righty. Making this work. Team 1, another favorite I would consider in this tournament. In action now. Get Up Crazy. The second overall pick in the draft. Doing his work right now. Going on through. Let's see how this can end up. Team 1 continuing to make their presence known. But really, not incredibly far enough to automatically assume a breach is going to happen. Alrighty, new gamer iVamp. Trying to hold down Fresh as best as he can. Alright, continuing to move through this buffer. As they go through. We'll take a look at who's adjusting. It's a good idea. We haven't brought a lot of attention to the adjusters yet. It looks like we have nobody at the moment. We have a ghost adjusting. I'm not. Oh, here they are. Who is it? Index 123 is on the adjust. Not sure who that is, but I actually do know who that is. But I can't share if they want to keep their identity, you know, a secret. So that's okay. It is A-okay. Meandering on through. Let's see. Another instance to notice, which might even make this more impressive, is on this team, Coke actually has their general manager, Evan Reds, rotated in. Understood his team might have needed a little bit of help. He's doing his work. Absolutely boxing up Hiplet Void. What a move by the second faction Zunk of the day. Evan Reds doing his work. But something to note, first general manager we've seen actually participate in a match. So we will see how this continues. Going on through now. Monkey's actually doing a very good job of holding. 10 minutes in, halfway through. 3 chunks is all they're in. 4 chunks, excuse me. 3 chunks off is where they are. 5 chunks in. Clear that up. Going on through. Team 1, a favorite from earlier, before these matches started, seeming a little shaky on the rating side of things. Let's see this real quick. I gotta fix this. I apologize, but you gotta make sure that all this is fine. You're in GMS. You mean GMSB? Confused. Yo, can you lock in? Hello? GMSB shut. That's fine. Okay. Spec, leave. Spec, we're back. We're back. Continue to go through 2 chunks off now. Team 1 is Can they continue moving on through this buffer, getting a breach that they can? All right, continuing to go fresh. Less than 2 chunks remaining. Can they just go ahead and breach this quick? Because they're going to have to. IJ and Enrico trying to force fresh. I don't know if that's quite the move. You got to get swinging. Got to get swinging. Let's see. I'm getting some other. Let's see. 8 minutes remaining. 9 minutes, really. Continuing to work their way. Almost a chunk off. Will they just go for the breach, or are they going to try and do something else to where they go high, keep it low? We'll see. Vaping. A player that on the website and the news article listed as potentially one of the best value picks. We will see how he continues working on this. WTF Vape getting a lot of patches through. Good job from him. He's doing the best to carry his team. Practicing. Trying to do his best at the moment. Getting held off the shot just a touch. Get up crazy. Showing his worth while he was picked 2nd overall. Practicing. Getting the better of him in that certain trade. Going through almost fresh, but not quite yet. Getting more shots in. This is going to hit here. They might be able to just force this through, but they don't need to. They are full fresh. They are a chunk off at 209. Get up crazy. Getting his sword swung at the Monkeys players practicing. Holding the whole buffer up early, but he falls down a little bit. Going to have to get up there soon. WTF Vape holding it as well. Noob Gamer iVamp doing his best at the moment. Continuing to get through. IG and Enrico, I'm not sure what he's doing, what's going on, but he's not finding a player, but he might have called that cord. They are back fresh. Cheesy XD on the shot. IG and Enrico giving it to him right now. Let's see if they're going to be able to get deep enough to get into this buffer. Just a few walls remain to get into this base. How is this going to turn out? How are we looking? We're going to have to check the other match real quick. There's only 3.5 minutes. Oh my goodness. This could be insane. This could be a crazy amount of walls remaining on this attempt. 3.5 minutes remaining. I'm going to have to keep that in mind to come back and see how many walls they actually end up being. Their entire base is going to be shorter than this raid phase potentially, but they're only a couple shots away from breaching this base. Do they have a breach cord to go ahead and finish this raid phase and move on to defend? Getting on through full fresh. Almost. They are just 2 shots away from the breach. Going through. They're going to probably breach low enough, but not going to be able to actually get into the base itself. They're going to have to find some better cords, really, to try and get on through this. Can we get maybe pause next set of games, get a match win-loss update? I could. It depends. We have to be a little tight on schedule here, but potentially for when the next match to start, I can update those. That's through. They're onto the base wall. Can they breach? Let's go ahead and find out. 208. All I need is 1 shot fresh. Looks like that could have been it, but it's going to get held. We've seen a lot of people get into base wall and then not being able to breach. Going to see if that's still the case. Cheesy XD up there. Get up crazy. IJ and Enrico both on the same player, but they do have one right there, so I don't know if that's the worst case in the world. Where's the shot? The cannon has stopped. The cannon has not been filled. That is not good. The adjuster is asleep on the wheel. Asleep on the wheel. We need a TNT fill. It's filled, and we need to get shooting again. Here it comes. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. Let's take a look. Let's make sure everything is okay. Cannon seems all right. That is tragic. from the Team 1 side of things, forgetting to fill. But it doesn't matter. All they needed was that. They are into this right now. We're going to have to go right back to the other one to see how that goes. Let's go ahead and move over to this side of things. We're going to go ahead and show this now. Go ahead like that. 1 minute remaining. This is going to be the biggest difference of walls we have seen yet. This is an incredible result for Coke. Coke and Bikini Bottom both down several important players, proving to have great matches against this poop side. A little bit of lag there, it seems. Hope that's me. Is that server? That server or me? Hello? Is that me? I don't know if this is me or... I don't want to stop it if it's not me. Okay. Hold on, hold on. Alright, who's doing this, bro? Come on, bro. I can't even do anything. All right, somebody's okay. We're back, chat. We're back. Goodness gracious. Is this gonna... Hold on, I gotta fix this. Hold on. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. Don't be annoying, please. Let's try and start this again. Actually, let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. We're back. We're back. Everything fine? How's the quality? All good? All right. Okay. Okay. All right. New match. We're back. We are back. All right. We are. Which team are we at right now? We are. Which one is this? Yes. Bloodfire versus Poop. Last game of the day for Poop. Exciting stuff. Bloodfire. First game of the day. I do apologize. I'm going to keep this here, kind of watching a little bit, but I'm going to update some of the results on the website, and I'll get y'all a snapshot of those. I don't have a lot of time to do all this, so, you know, bear with me as I figure a lot of this stuff out. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, we're going to go to games. Monkeys versus Hemo. Gotta see which one it was. I believe it would be this. Yes, okay. They got breached within 13 minutes. Emo versus Monkeys. Okay. 0, and they had 9. Okay. Did that update? It did. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Next match would be this one. 5 versus 1 for who is that? Pooh versus Bikini Bottom. BKB versus Pooh. They had 5. They had 1. We're about to update things, Capo. BKB. 5 versus 1. Okay. What was the next one? 15 walls defended versus 0 for them. That was this Monkeys. Oh, whoops. No, X toggled 15, so it's Paradise Boys versus Hemo. PDB. There we go. Hemo, and it was 15-0. 0 save result. Okay. And then the other ones. Which ones have not been updated? Coke versus Pooh. 30 walls to 0. And then Team 1 versus Munker. All right. Okay. Drilling at the moment. What is wrong with this website? Oh, hell no. Okay. I see. I see. Okay, that's fine. Figuring this out. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I have a lot going on. Okay, well, we'll take a look. They are drilling, though. Oh, my goodness. Wait, what? Bloodfire's about to get breached. Oh, my gosh. That's not good. That is not good. Okay. Okay. Why is this not working? Hello? Why is this not working, man? This is so annoying. Oh! Getting drilled at the moment. I don't even know how that happened. What? Alright, has the other match started? It has. No, it hasn't. They're just doing their thing. What the fuck is going on? Why? Oh my god. Can this work? Listen, I'm doing shit, bro. Got some issues. I don't know what that means. Okay, whatever. Alright. Watch a little bit more than this. Can this fucking work? They are drilling. My apologies. I've got a lot of shit to try and handle right now. Okay. That works. The website is working. Okay. Dude, this is so frustrating. Of course, these things have to happen today. Never any other day. Okay. Okay. All right, for now, I'm gonna do this. Lots of terrible things, Minty. Alrighty. Let's get this away. Get this up. Okay. I should do that, Minty. Okay. Okay. All right. We're live on the other match. Okay. All right. Oh, refresh. 200. Drilling on through. Drilling on through. Anybody get a catch? Uh-oh. This might be it. This might... Uh-oh. Oh, they're getting some shots. Dinner's on the shot. This is Bloodfire's first game, so, you know, they got to get kind of used to this a little bit. All right, I got to... All right. What's wrong, bro? Hold on. /spec. This should be... Alright, we're watching this. Hold on. What is going on? What is going on? Hold on. Spec F mute chat /spec. They are blue. M slopper xd do /force add fraudsters blue. Let me know if it works. Okay. They're still defending this. 6 minutes. I know this is a bit chopped, this whole thing, but it's all right. They did get to the base at too low of a chord, so they haven't breached yet. They are trying. Hold on, let's hold on, let's mute this and then Okay, now we're back. I was muted figuring out some stuff. We're back now. Poop still shooting up Bloodfire. 1 minute to go, and they did get to the base wall. I don't know if they're on it though. They're going for a breach. 1 minute remaining. Might have just a couple walls left until this comes in. Alrighty. Going on through now. 208. Let's see if we can get this through. 38 seconds left. Bloodfire is gonna end up holding this, I think, but not without this being incredibly close to being a breach. Poop got very close very quick, but Bloodfire stabilized. They were able to hold it and be alright. Well, yes. Hey, Star, usually it should be the other way around. However, I had multiple staff flake on me at an hour before this, so I ended up having to do everything by myself for the most part. But I have people on now. They should be handling a lot of this, so we should be better. Should be better. And there it is. One wall they got. Probably this next wall. Yep, the next wall is what they got the entire, or this one right here, maybe. I don't know. One wall they got to defend. So now, Bloodfire just have to breach Poop, and it will be over. It will be over after that. Alrighty, I gotta get back to my other thing as well. Who's... Okay. Is that right? Yes. Okay. There we go. Is this working now? No. Okay. Sweet. Oh, with 924. Okay. Team 1 is 1-0. Wall. Paradise is 0-1 with a -15. And Monkeys are 0-2 with -10. All right, Group B. Coke, Poop, Bloodfire, and what's the final? Bikini Bottom, that's right. Okay. Coke is 1-0. 30 wall. They are 0-2. -34. All Bloodfire. This is their first game. Bikini Bottom is 1-0 with a +4. Okay. All right. It's figured out. It's figured out. We got 2 matches going. This one's just starting. A little behind schedule to say the least, but that's okay. Next one is going. And we're making this work. We are making this work. Alrighty. So right now the standings. Oh my gosh, I have a lot of shit open. Hold on. Actually, that's okay. All right. The standings right now, Hemo is up top of their group at the moment. Must be that. Hemo is the top of their group right now, 2-0 with a plus 24 wall differential. Very good. Right now in second place is Team 1 as they have 1 win. Their wall differential is going to figure itself out because of the server crash and all that, so we'll see. In the next group, Group B, Coke right now is on top with a 1-0 record and a 30 wall differential, while Poop is at the bottom of that and Bikini Bottom is second with a 1-0 and 4 wall differential. So we're continuing it up right now. If it were to end like this, which it obviously won't, Team 1 and Hemo would move on from Group A, and Coke and Bikini Bottom would move on from Group B. So we're going to continue. Now everything should just be a little bit better. Thank goodness. And we'll be okay. Everything is okay. All right. We're going to take a look at the other game in just a moment. Bloodfire making it work right now. Poop is doing business. Trying to keep themselves from getting breached within 20 minutes here, which I believe would be the first time that would be the case. I believe they've gotten breached on every single one up till now. But you never know. They might be able to hold it down, hold the fort in, and patch out the 20 minutes and get a win. This is their last game. Poop, a good showing. The second qualifier team to qualify. And you'll be right. You're right. They didn't get breached. You're right. My apologies. They held one wall, which was quite the hold. I was shocked by it. That was the best game of the day so far, I would say. Poop versus Bikini Bottom. Best game of the day. We're going to take a look at the other match now. Let's go ahead and see how it's going. Let's see who is rating first. Hemo is rating first. Team 1 holding it down already. Very packed up. This is looking really good for Team 1 already, man. Looking good at the moment. Sure, yeah. Slavs putting some hits down on IGN and Rico. This is Team 1's first time patching as the server crashed and Monkeys ended up just forfeiting the rest of their game. This is Team 1's first time patching, so hopefully it goes well for them. We'll see how it goes. We'll go back to Bloodfire soon. I do gotta wait. What games are on? Let's see. It's where am I at? This one. Team 1 versus Hemo. That's where we are right now. Alrighty. Can this fucking work? So whatever. I'll fix it later. Who cares? Okay. Just hand-free wins. Not quite. Didn't quite work like that. Alrighty now. Getting on through. Team 1 holding it down. Doing a great job, to say the least. Let's go ahead and watch the other team real quick. See how this is going. Bloodfire doing some work right now. Trying to get into this base. Alright. Won't let you log in? What do you mean? What? In glitch? Who's slash? Oh my god, dude. Fucking. Ooh, Poopy Stinky Head, Chud, Hiplet, and Ling. What is happening? Ling is here. Chud is here. Tinky Head is here, and alright, they're here. Apparently, that looks incredibly fast. Hold on, let's cross-check this with AC logs. Yeah. We're about to see probably a ban here. But let's watch him a little longer, to say the least. I'll take the spectator point of view. I'm not sure. What do we think of chat? I'm not sure. Where'd he go? Alright, he's right here. I don't know. I don't know. Where is he at? It hasn't looked anything blatant for me, but I mean, to be honest, I don't think it's gonna matter. I need to put my water on to actually understand what's happening here. Alright, where is he? Alright, I've watched his movement. I'm gonna watch somebody else's movement. Make sure I have a good... Oh, well, he's dead. Bloodfire continuing on through. Let's, might be able to easily see this way. I don't... I don't know, it does seem a little quick. Let me watch another patcher, and I'll make my decision. Well, I can't watch them when they die. Where's another patcher? We need to see another patcher. So, okay, Poopy Sticky. Let's watch him for a little bit, and then I'll cross-reference. I mean, that just looks normal, doesn't it? Let's watch Hiplet again. Where'd he go? I don't know. I mean... Let me cross-reference this. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go ahead and ban. I'm pretty positive that's cheats. So, let's see. 3 days timer. Hold on. Hold on, 9KC. I'm pretty positive he was timering. Alrighty, hold on. Hold on a second. Oh, well, that'll do it. It doesn't. Let's be real. Hiplet dying there, getting banned, did not change anything. Alrighty. Well, that match is over. Bloodfire wins by 1 wall, right? 1 wall, I think it was. Quite the difference. Alrighty. We will, in just a moment, watch some of the other. Yeah, 1 wall defended, to say the least. All right. 3 minus 35. And then Bloodfire now 1-0, but only a 1 wall differential. Alrighty. All right. Yeah, I know the website provider decided to basically shit itself today, which is really nice. So I'm having to manually log a lot of this. Give me a second. All right. Let's watch this raid now. Team 1 defending, 5 minutes to go. Going on through. Index 1, 2, 3, getting some patches off. 5 minutes. Will they be able to hold? They are fresh 2-5-5 at the moment. Absolutely absurd. All right. Too much staffing things to do, isn't there? Okay. Okay. 1 chunk off. Team 1 holding it down. Trying to be as present as I can, guys. But I just have a lot of moving parts right now. And not a lot of help with them. So. Doing everything I can. Vaping, holding it down. IG and Enrico trying it. They're back fresh. Only a few shots away from a breach. Enrico holding it down. This is going to be a big match, as these are two of the preseason favorites going off against each other. Continuing on through now. Let's see. They're in through the base. They need one more shot to get a breach. Will they be able to? I feel like there's plenty of shots, but I don't know. I don't know. That looks like it'll do it, though. 2:01 in a split. 18 minutes of holding is all they needed. Now we're going to switch sides and see how this goes. All right. All right. Okay. Lots of moving parts. Isn't this fun? Isn't this fun? There is, but there's a lot going on. Just trying to figure things out. All right. Well, isn't this just stress-free gameplay? All right. All right. Team 1 rating now. Apologies, like I said. I am commentating, I am streaming this, but at the same time, I'm also in charge of the whole thing and in charge of 50 different people trying to get their way that they need. So, a lot of stuff going on. The server crash changed just about everything. So, yeah, fuck you, by the way, for doing that. You know who you are. Not sure why you had to feel the need to log on a server crasher and crash the server mid match, but whatever, it happens. So continuing on through, hopefully everything kind of get irons out itself. But we'll see. Team 1 rating, Hemo now, very important match. Not very far in. Hemo continuing to prove their dominance as a patching team, to say the least. All right. All right. Team 1 continuing to get on through. Hemo holding it down just about halfway in on the halfway mark. That is a great pace for Hemo's side of things at the moment. All right. Team 1 continuing to go on through. They've got 9 minutes to breach, or this win is going to go to Himo. Another very strong performance out of Himo so far. All right. Very fun stuff trying to fix everything I can. Let's go ahead and make sure. It should be fine. All right. Oh, my face cam. Wait. Has it been blurry this whole time? What the hell? What the hell? Yo. What happened? What's wrong with this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is this? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. All right, Team 1 putting in some work still. Almost about 2 chunks off. Getting down to the wire. Trying to figure this out. I know the website is down. It's just kind of fucked. So, give me a second. I'm trying to fix that. I'm trying to figure out game times. There's a lot going on. All right, there's a lot going on. Is the website actually back? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's just fucked up right now. There's a chance if I press this button, it'll get fixed, but there's a chance that it also gets fucked up. So, maybe I just press the button and see what happens. What do we think? Should I just press the button? Is the website actually working though? Like, try and navigate through it. Yeah, it's slow to load. That's the issue. It'll work, but it's just slow. Team 1, making some progress. Doing what they can. I think I'm gonna press it, to be honest, because it's pissing me off. I wonder, actually, can I? Hold on, let's try this. Let's try this. Now we're gonna see how much my computer can actually take. All right, team 1 going on through. Let's see how this can work. Okay. Please work. All right. There we go. Get rid of that. Getting on through. 4 minutes remaining of this match. And there might be a slight pause until the next match, which is very much needed. Okay. Let's see if I can fix this website real quick. Going on through 235. Fresh shots. Apologies again for just the distractions and everything. Doing my best. After this, things should get a lot easier. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can fix this thing. .204. Back to going through. Two and a half minutes. Where's the shot? The cannon not working again? Did we forget to fill again? No way we forgot to fill again. Are they just giving up? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. All you have to do is fill it once. Or after 5 minutes and you'll have enough TNT for the whole thing. Trying to go on through. They are drilling right now though. Maybe that bit of an error kind of helped them. Will they be able to make this work? .203, full fresh. 1 more minute to breach. It's gonna be close, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Can they get on through? Are they going to get in? It's going to be pretty close, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Himmo's going to block it up and pack up this buffer like we've seen so many times before up until this point. Continuing to shoot through. Doing what they can. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. But we will find out, to say the least. All right, moving on through. 202. They're getting there. They're getting some shots fresh. But will they be able to? Not a lot of fresh chords. I don't think they're going to have enough. They're going to be 8 walls off. Maybe a little less. They're full fresh high. This is a great chord. Oh my goodness. Wait, they're drilling. Are they going to have enough? Are they going to have enough? I don't see any. Oh, they finally caught it. Oh, wait. That's not full fresh. I was thinking it was. Now they're full fresh. Doesn't seem like it'll be enough to make this work. Player stats will be updated probably later tonight. A lot of the stuff I have to do manually, so give me some time. They're going to be able to hold it. What an attempt. What a match. A great side of things from the Hemo squad. And they're going to have a 6-wall difference added on to their total. A great showing from Hemo, to say the least. All right, y'all. I am going to put this on a break because I'm going to hash out everything I can. Take a very small, like 2-minute break and come right back with the next match. We're finally back, ladies and gentlemen. Is this gonna work? Let me make sure this works. All right. Of course, this doesn't want to work. Can we work? There we go. All right, 2 minutes until the second to last match of the day begins. And we will get this going. I'm going to go ahead and ping real quick again. Stream is running again. 2 more games today. Come tune in. Everyone. And then I'll copy, paste. All right. Alrighty, finally, maybe a normal fucking game for once. Alrighty, 2 more games, very exciting. These are very important games. If Bloodfire manages to win this game, they move on, I believe. They move on. They would, yes. They would have 3 wins. They move on to the group or the playoffs tomorrow. And if they don't win, the result of... Oh, not sure what happened here. Let's see what's happening. Wait a minute. It will update during raid phase. Make sure you set your subs. All right. Here we go. And here everything begins. Let's go ahead. All this, yes, okay. We should be good. Everything will be all right. Last couple matches, a lot of craziness in the middle. These should be much more understood, at least. So, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. As I was saying, if Bloodfire win this, they move on to the playoffs tomorrow. If Bikini Bottom wins this, they get the chance to win their next GMSP. Hold on. Who needs to be in spec? Alrighty. Continuing on through here. Making this thing work, to say the least. Raid attempt from Bikini Bottom right now. They will be defending secondary. It does seem like raiding first is probably the more beneficial of the 2 that we've seen, but we're going to find out here between these last 2 games. Bikini Bottom is playing in this game and the game after to decide their fate at the moment. They need to win this to have a good probability of moving on right now. Continuing on through there. Can they make this happen? Del Curry with some patches at the front. Zeppin, one of the higher picks of the draft, making his presence known, getting as many blocks off as possible. And there they go. Continuing on through. Getting a couple more walls in. It's going to be hard to get this shot through, but they're doing their best. It's Dinner doing his work at the moment, trying to pearl back up onto the wall. He's not going to be able to do the whole way. He's going to have to respawn. Unfortunate from him not getting it through. Continuing to get through now. Probably not the pace that Bloodfire would like to see, but we'll see nonetheless how this continues. Couple more shots. 2:37 now. IG and Jack watching it go through. Goon W is going to catch it at front. There they go. Continuing on it. IG and Jack forcing as best as he can. Del Curry catch in front as well. We're going to see how this happens and how this continues. But not a bad start by either team. Doing their best, getting the patches off, getting their forcing done. Who is going to get where? It's Dinner. Holding the shot where it is. A full forcing roster back at it. Lucky Bullet. One of the, well, the highest picked player. #1 overall pick of the draft. Rotated in now. Will his presence be known? Let's see if he can continue this. A great kill right there by Lucky Bullet himself. Already making his presence known as they continue on through. They're back to 235 now. Goon W getting as many patches in as he can to hold that shot from going too far into his base. But they're going to continue on freshing as they get another shot. Lucky Bullet with another kill. I don't know. Is anybody, my audio messed up? Anybody? Or is it all right? Zeppin getting held against his will by Capo, and a missed pearl by him, but it doesn't matter. They're fresh right now. Zeppin getting a few shots patched in, trying to get to the next shot. Will he be able to? Gets it again. He is going to be able to get this through. Trying once more. Can he make this happen? Back up high, 249. Not very deep at this coordinate, but they're doing their best. Already 3 chunks in, 5 minutes into this raid phase. How are we going to end up here? Zeppin catching some more shots, getting held up by Capo. 6XK, otherwise known as Lucky Bullet, getting on It's Dinner. What can he do? Another shot comes in, another shot goes deep, and another shot hits fresh as they continue to make progress during this raid. 247, a couple fresh shots, opening this up as much as we can. This is definitely going to be a close battle, to say the least. Bloodfire doing whatever they can, because if they hold this and they win, they move on as the #1 seed of their group into tomorrow's playoffs. Oh my god, no way. Surely not, right? Was that me? Oh my god, bro. Fuck me, bro. This is so annoying. Who is just doing this shit, bro? Okay, at least the match is frozen, but it doesn't really matter because this is just going to go all the way. Alright, can I... Hold on. I might be able to get this done. Fucking retarded. Ah, my god. Hold on. Yeah, unfortunately we have connection issues and the whitelist wasn't working. But I did forget to just put it back on. Alright, hold on. We're going to try this one more time. Hopefully this works, man. But whoever's the person doing this, I mean, I hope it's making you happy, bro. I hope it's making you happy. We will see how this continues. We do have to restart the match, unfortunately. Back up. And match is going. But we'll see. We'll see, man. This thing would be going perfectly right now if there just wasn't one unhappy soul that was you know, just being difficult. It happens, man. It happens. One lame-o man just not quite getting what he wanted, I guess. All right. One minute until it starts. And then we'll finally, hopefully, get this figured out. He even had his actual initial crash fixed and removed and found another one. So sometimes people just will never go away. Will never go away. But that's okay. So let's see how this goes. And we'll go ahead and do this. I might, honestly, I need a little bit more water before we start this. So it'll get going in just a moment here. All right. Let's see how this goes. Getting on through. Hopefully this doesn't change the result of anything. But we'll see. I also do have some muffins because I'm fucking starving. These look really kind of gay, but they're from Aldi, man. I was kind of intrigued by them. Let's see how they are. They're like little bites, kind of. See that, though? Not bad. Could be worse. I don't mind them. All right. Going on through. Will they reach you? Hopefully, this goes exactly how the 5 minutes previously would have. But we'll see. We will see. Continuing to shoot on through at the moment. Bikini Bottom doing their best. Goon W holding it well. It's about the 5 minute mark last time when the server had some hiccups. So we'll see how it looks at that mark. Goon W doing well. Del Curry doing his thing. Zeppin getting into it. And Goon W holding it front. Back up higher. Will they be able to get this through at all? Doesn't look like it so far. Going a little lower. Full fresh at the moment. Del Curry's on the shot. Absolutely bricking this up very well at the moment. It's Dinner doing his thing, making it work. Keeping on going. There they go. Continuing to make this work as they drill through high. Need some catchers from Bloodfire to hold this down. Goon W gonna get a couple shots and a nice pearl there, but they're gonna adjust down to it. Del Curry holding it front. Packing it up well. Not very open low besides these, walls that have just been hit. Almost to the mark where the match stopped previously. Full fresh now for Bloodfire. Can they get this through as best as they can? The good thing about Bloodfire is when they get these fresh shots, they're blocking up a lot of the rest very well. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Whew. Excuse me. All right. Making this work. 221 now. Trying to get it through. Goon W going to catch the shot at least once. This beef right here, Goon W versus Lucky Bullet, will be one to note. They do not like each other, to say the least. Capo finding his shot go through at the moment. Del Curry holding it well, but he falls all the way down. That is definitely going to be an issue for Bloodfire. 2:15 coming on in. Let's go ahead and see how long they're going to be able to get that in. It's Dinner holding the shot fresh. A couple walls figured out. We're at the 5-minute mark right now. It seems just about the same that they were previously. So hopefully nothing has changed much. 2:15 trying to get through. Back up high. Couple shots fresh. They're going to need somebody there. Bloodfire. Not seeing a lot of movement right here, but they do have Goon W holding it up. Goon W proven to be one of the best patchers we've seen in these couple days of the tournament, which is to no surprise. He has one of the highest patching ratings according to the Factions Cup website. So we'll continue to see how this goes on and how much longer they're able to defend, if they can defend the entire 15 extra minutes from now, as they are about halfway in at this 6.5-minute mark. 5.5, excuse me. Trying to go back up high. Goon W is going to lock that down, though, with Capo on him to try and get him away from those patches. Doing pretty well. Goon W making it work. He is holding this almost solo, doing a great job, and they're going right here for some reason. I'm not sure if that's quite the adjust you want to do if you are Bikini Bottom. Lucky Bullet forcing Zeppin, I believe that was, as best as he can, but this is incredibly blocked up at the moment. Del Curry putting in an absolute shift. This will be a very interesting match, to say the least, because if Bloodfire win this, they move on to tomorrow's playoffs. But that sets us up for an all-time classic game tomorrow, or after this, where Bloodfire will play Coke, and the winner of that moves on, and the loser goes home. So we'll see how this continues. Bloodfire doing their best. Gooden holding it front wall again. Are we surprised? He is doing an absolute incredible game. Doing whatever he can. Holding this very well. Gooden is proven to be one of the best patchers we've seen, and that is to no surprise. It's Dinner putting in a great shift as well. He has really done well holding those shots fresh, but we are fresh right now with the new shot. IG and Jack making sure it goes through. Not a lot of catchers at the moment. Where is ZPN? We have not seen him very much, it seems. I'm not sure where he is. Let's go ahead and check. where he is. There he is on the shot, as you would expect from a player of his caliber. A good pearl by Zeppin himself. And see, the thing is they might be letting a couple of these shots go through, but they're really packing up everything else. They're okay to let a couple shots hit fresh if they could pack everything else up, because oh my gosh, look at how bricked this entire buffer is already. It is going to be so difficult to get that much further in. I'd expect that they might get another 2 chunks through some fresh coordinates, but after that, I don't think it's going to be very easy to get much further into this base. 237, they are trying to fresh. Zeppin holding it down. They are doing a great job placing blocks the best way they can. Back to 241. Can they make it work? Going on through now. Go ahead and check the tab. Make sure there's no unwanted guests here. Seems like we're good. Another few shots come in. Gooden holding the shot well. A couple blocks below where it was, but that's still placing blocks. A lot of players don't seem to realize it's just about placing blocks in this type of thing. Giving up fresh walls is not the end of the world unless they're incredibly close. You want to get the blocks placed like it is here. This is already so bricked up, and it is going to be so hard to get that much further, but they are trying to 10 wide this area right now, make it a little harder for them to get these bricked areas up, but with Ocean Pearl by someone is not going to be good. We'll go ahead and see who this is. If it lands, it does. Good W. Tragic. Ocean Pearl, you can see, was already in the mode to keep on patching. But this shot is still being held front. It's Dinner. You know, he places some blocks below the shot, but just like that, it makes it incredibly easy to place something on top of it. This game mode, this tournament is all about placing blocks. Placing them where they need to be, in the opportune spots. We're going to see how this continues to go. Thank you again to everybody who's tuned in. I know there's been some hiccups today, some issues as well, but I'm glad we're here. We have a great game in front of us, and I'm excited to see the rest of this as well as the game following. 216 drilling on fresh. Can they get a few more? Lucky Bullet doing his best. Gooden W holding down the fort. Has an army on him right now, but they are fresh for at least one shot. Coming to the 3 chunk remaining mark as they hit it. Gooden W doing his best. We're not seeing a lot of the other patchers at the moment. Who is that? I believe that's Del Curry. It is coming down to the rescue. Still have not seen a lot of Zeppin on the actual shot. Something we probably would have expected a little more of, but there he is. In his natural ability, patching great. Just like that with a very solid forcer in Lucky Bullet on him. Zeppin is getting a lot of these blocks up. We haven't seen a lot of him, you know, actually on the shot. But a lot of that's because he's just pre-patching everywhere else. Doing a great job there. It's Dinner. A great shot holder. It's come to seem. He's doing a great job making sure these shots do not get that much deeper. A full fresh shot now. Almost. A couple more walls would be needed to hit that 3 chunk mark again. But Bloodfire, I gotta say, this is very impressive. The only, you know, comparable performance to this, I would say, is actually Hemo. In any of their games, to be honest. They held down the fort incredibly, and they can only be compared to this because Bloodfire is doing a great job so far, but we know that this could change so quickly, as it could, as they're at 219 full fresh. You gotta pack these shots up as quick as possible. You gotta be talking who's down, who's up, who's mid, who's pre-patching, what's going on. It's Dinner doing a great job. He caught the entire cord right there. That is what you want to see out of every one of your players. This is definitely, you know, has the ability to be a team that finds themselves in the finals in Bloodfire. They've been very impressive so far today. Their first initial raid phase where they defended against Poop was a little sketchy, but Poop did also get a ban for cheats later on. So maybe that was why, or maybe they were just getting used to how this, you know, tournament is actually going to go. Still fresh a little bit through, almost to the 2 chunk mark now. 8 minutes more of catching. They're continuing to drill and open this up very well. Opening this up is a lot better for Bikini Bottom right now. They're doing a lot better raiding this recently as they're using their lower chords. Fresh again. Dinner getting held away from the shot. They need somebody on that. Del Curry's going to get there. He's going to get at least one patch off. He's going to retreat in between the walls. They need somebody else because this is almost fresh. Gooden W absolutely showing his worth right now. He has definitely been the most impressive player up until this point. 233 back on through. That was a great chord. Getting through a lot of those walls and full freshing. They are attempting to make this whole split 10 wide, which is definitely a smart thing to do and has been working at this point for him. 7 minutes remaining now in this raid phase until we swap sides. Will they be able to hold? Will they get breached? And if so, how long will it take? They are under 2 chunks remaining in their buffer. How much longer do they have in them? Bloodfire doing their best. Del Curry trying to get up as quick as he can. Not quite there. He's going to get a couple patches off it seems, but he's going high. Not on the actual shot itself. Trying to patch up as much as he can. At this point, I feel like you got to focus on the low chords. You're already, only 6 minutes remaining. Now, it is pretty packed, so not a bad idea. But I guess it just depends on their strategy. Their strategy might simply just be, we're not getting breached. It's not about holding walls and, whatever else. It's about breaching them and not getting breached ourselves. And if that's the case, you definitely want to brick up the high chords a good bit. Zeppin doing his thing, getting this held. Gooden W, a little lower than he probably needs to be. 220, they are getting deep on. But there are so many patches in the way. Doing a great job right now. 210, can they make this work through the entire buffer? We're about to find out, to say the least. It's Dinner working as best as he can. Watering a lot. That's very crucial for a lot of these raids. You want to make sure you have proper water so you're not falling down and losing valuable time. Now, this is getting through a lot of those patches that have been made, but this is why you make them, so you have to go through them. 5 minutes remaining. Can they get through this buffer? They've got 2 chunks to go, and I don't think it's going to be easy to get rid of them. Still very high. Zeppin is asleep at the wheel, it seems. Not sure what happened there. Don't think that was server. But he's making it work nonetheless. Seems like his ping is alright. Not sure what happened there. But they're getting it through. Little by little, but It's Dinner is holding them when it counts. Right now, Bloodfire is doing a great job of having one player catch the shot that's not being forced. Now, this is a great coordinate. Great coordinate straight on through this buffer. Opening up a lot right here. You need somebody on this, as you do. Who else but Gooden W is on the shot, doing a great job making sure his team stays in this match. It's Dinner doing his best, placing his blocks as he rolls up the water. It's going to be incredibly hard to get snipe coordinates during this, but when you drill high like that, it is going to be, as it is. Gooden W making his presence known once again. .225 making this work. Gooden W absolutely holding as best as he can. Apparently, he might have a bit of an inventory bug. But the only thing that would require the match freeze, which is clarified to both teams, is if they cannot relog, get back on, that is. Let's see. It's off at the moment. We'll make sure. He's there. He's been added. He was added before that. Don't see. Oh, he's online. Okay, so it should be fine. He should be okay. His inventory bug should be fixed. And they continue on patching. 3 minutes remaining. Right now, I'm saying it's very good for them. But we're about to find out. .208. Drilling at the moment to one chunk off. with 3 minutes remaining. You can't give up this type of real estate when you are defending. You got to get some shot holders on this. They are just drilling at the moment. But the clock does keep ticking. This is one of the lower chords they can breach on. That and probably 1 or 2 below it. It's going to get a lot harder to breach from now on. If they didn't get that right there, it is just going to make it so much more difficult to get through this buffer. But that is a great chord at 238, clearing a lot, but it seems like it was caught early. 234, trying to get through. 238, they're back. They might have misflicked there. Gonna need somebody on that ASAP if you're Bloodfire. Goon W is here. He is everywhere, really. Doing an incredible job holding down the fort for his team. They're back to 199. Will they be able to breach here? They will not. Under it once, so they're gonna have to, get at least one higher. But it is held at the front. If I'm Bloodfire, I gotta send a couple people back here to try and patch this up as best as I can. And I gotta just say, I'm gonna go for a breach, right? You're gonna try and go for a breach and win this match. I don't think, your wall count at this point is that much of a concern. You just want to make sure you don't get breached and you hold it down as long as possible. 220 as we approach the 1.5 remaining mark. And they go on through, continuing to make this work. 224. They are trying to have this happen. A misadjust, it seems, though. Didn't have the proper X chord set for that, and they're just shooting at the wrong spot. Seems like something went haywire. They're not shooting where they need to be. They're back now. That was not good at all. Wasting valuable time getting through this buffer. Continuing to make it work. 199. I don't think it's going to be enough. They only have to get through a couple shots. They're back on the wrong coordinate. They got to place something there because they're just wasted time by not going to the proper chord. Continuing their work. Will they be able to breach this? I would vote against no. Vote as no. 37 seconds to go. Bloodfire putting in a clinic of a patching squad right now, or a patching performance right now. But will it be enough as they go on to the offensive after this? And we'll see if they're going to be able to actually breach. Continuing on through 202, still a few seconds remaining, and they are full fresh. That is very important. That's another wall taken down, which is very important for the final total. They might end up with only 2 walls remaining, and we will see how this ends up. 2 walls defended. This is going to be a matter of breach or lose for Bloodfire. Now, will Bikini Bottom be able to hold, or will they get breached? Jack choked hard. Some could say that. All right, let's see if I can do this. Force that it's PAL. All right. All right. 2 minutes remaining. Excuse me. Bless me. A little tired. How many calories are in a pack of these? Because I'm about to have another one. 1 pouch is 150? Yeah. Give me another. Give me another. to Yamada. How do I open it? Oh, there we go. These are pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna cap. Oh. Mmm. Very tasty. Mmm. All right. It's Pal on the adjust. One of the highest rated adjusters in the draft. Will he prove his worth here? Its Pal is not adjusting apparently. Well, that's interesting. If we see Zeppin on the levers, oh man. DM's lard muffin. That's not nice. All right. All right. All right, back to it. Had to answer something real quick. Alrighty. 20 minutes it is after this game, yes. After this game, we'll get it started and get it done. As you are playing one of these teams, so. Alright. If Bloodfire breaches, this match is over. They have qualified. If they don't, then the next match is very important. Zeppin is on the levers. Does that mean its Pal is forcing? Ladies and gentlemen, does that mean its Pal is forcing? Where is its Pal? It's Guden. Its Pal, I guess, is rotated out. That's okay. Might be helping call chords. And that happens, you know. Sometimes you lose it a little bit on the levers, you know. And I think Pal, you know, he might just not be, you know, fully confident in his ability right now. Zeppin been doing his best as an adjuster recently, trying to prove his worth as one. We're gonna see how he does, to say the least. Drilling at the moment. 249. It's dinner, making it go through. Turska back to his area of patching, his natural habitat of patching. Turska, one of the unsung heroes of Bikini Bottom's first match, getting them that victory. Going on through. Lucky Bullet, the highest rated patcher in the game, #1 pick overall. Will he show his worth and hold this buffer as best as he can? You know it's not good when you have Lucky Bullet uncontested patching shots. Guden W is going to try and change that and get him away. IG and Jack doing his thing now, patching all the way up. Del Curry getting it through. They're full fresh high. Turska trying to get on it, but he dies. Couple valuable shots going through. Lucky Bullet holding down the buffer as best as he can. Back low a little bit. 222. Going straight back up to 226. Good adjustments from Zeppin at this point. Back to fresh. They're holding them off the shot. IG and Jack trying to get up to there. Mr. Sir trying to get there as well. And they're full fresh high. Trying to hold him off. Turska cannot get down. Del Curry is absolutely keeping him in his pocket right now. Not great from Turska right there. He is having a tough time getting to the shot. But that does mean someone is going to be uncontested patching. 2:20 now. Trying to get on through. 5 minutes into this event, this match, this raid phase. Getting in as best as they can. 244, very high, very deep. If they can get halfway in at this Y coordinate, that will be absurd. Turska really struggling with the likes of Del Curry on him. 217. They are at the halfway mark at 217. A very good coordinate at the moment. Mr. Sir doing his thing. And they're continuing to make this go on through. .245. Let's see if they're able to work this shot through to the end of their buffer. And make this happen. Lucky Bullet holding down the fort at the front, as you would expect. He is going low. It feels like he knows where this shot's about to go, as it does. But a couple shots fresh there. They are within 4 chunks remaining. Only 6 minutes into this raid phase. Probably not the pace you want to be at if you're Bikini Bottom. And pretty happy with how things are if you are Bloodfire at the moment. Got a little itch in my ear. All right. Making this work, to say the least. Back fresh, but very low. We've seen this a lot at this point. Going to these low coordinates can really come back to bite you if you do not use them properly. Lucky Bullet holding it down, as we would see and expect from him all the time. I do wonder, there have been some strategies to where a team singles out the best patcher, which in this case would be Lucky Bullet, and just adjust away from him. Just says, we are going to force somebody else to beat us. But we're going to see. Lucky Bullet might just be too good to even let that happen. On the shot, doing his thing. He is rapid when it comes to placing patches. Some people grow up to be scientists. Some people grow up to be lawyers. Lucky Bullet grows up to be a patcher. And they're absolutely drilling at 211 right now. 207 back down. Trying to see what they can get through. Very low at this point. I'm assuming they're just trying to get people split up. Because, you know, going for a breach of that type of coordinate is just probably not the method. But opening this up quite a lot right now. It's a funny looking beer. It is water right now. Maybe I'll pop a cider for the next game. Probably should with all the stress I've been dealing with. 239, making this through fresh at this cord. IG and Jack getting to it though. Doing his best right now, but he forgets to place blocks in the middle of where this patch crumb is, and it makes a shot go full fresh because of it. 3 chunks off at this 239 mark. A good pace if you are Bloodfire. Making this go through at the moment. How are they going to end up if they can continue getting shots through? Not as blocked up as we saw Bloodfire's buffer looked on the previous raid phase, but they're back low in a great core to say the least. Not a lot of Bikini Bottom patchers here, but Mr. Sir is on it, holding it down, but that was a very deep chord. And this two, they're even higher, even deeper, trying to get this through. There are a lot of coordinates open. Lucky Bullet trying to show them that he is not going to get breached this early. Lucky Bullet getting on it, trying to do his thing. Getting a lot of blocks placed, but probably not in the right areas. Full Fresh at 203 at this X coordinate. They are opening this up. They are playing the long game. Zeppin has really shown that he is calm, cool, and collected when it comes to the levers. 227, Fresh at this chord, continuing to work this shot through the buffer. Just making slow progress as they continue. Low then high, low then high. It definitely seems to be their tactic. 250, but Turska's on that. He's been camping out here at the top of the buffer, waiting for his opportunity to catch a shot like that. Where will they go next? He is like 2018 LeBron. IG and Jack holding it front. Where are they going to go next? Let's see. 206. Not a full Fresh chord. But that is. They're on that. They are making this work. Caught front. Not quite. Almost to the 2 chunk remaining mark at halfway. A very quick pace by the Bloodfire squad. Not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Bikini Bottom side. ID and Jack trying to hold this down as best they can. They still have 10 minutes to defend 16 walls. That is only about 45 seconds of fresh shooting. Will they be able to get this through? Back down to 222. Fresh at this coordinate. They are opening this up just how they want to. That's going to get rid of it. And maybe another shot. Fresh. They are forcing chords through, which is what you want to see. You don't always want to have to rely on getting the fresh chords. You want to sometimes rely on rooting a shot through a couple patches. 206 back on Fresh, and they have officially broken into that 2 chunk remaining mark. Where else are they going to go? Guden W holding Mr. Sir off of the patch, but he's still going to get some in. They are almost full Fresh, not quite. Back up high to 247, very deep where they are. Turska, is he there? He's trying his best, getting a few patches off. Very important to get those there while he can. Getting a lot done right now. Doing a lot better against It's Dinner than he was against Del Curry. It's a slight mismatch in their, play types to provide for what was happening earlier. Almost full Fresh. 2 chunks off at 225. Getting a little scary now if you are Bikini Bottom. Your best patcher, Lucky Bullet, has just been killed in chat. How is this going to end up, ladies and gentlemen? Blocked by James is right. They need some more people holding down the fort in the back. You got IG and Jack placing blocks as best as he can, but they are 237, almost full Fresh. At this coordinate, they are Fresh. Del Curry making the shot go through. Turska holding it up as best as he can and getting this in. 216, back to that shot. Trying to make this work. IG and Jack holding it down. And there's another shot. 202. Lucky Bullet getting the patches done at the bottom. Continuing to make this go through. 250 now. Going on through 238. Full Fresh at this chord. They are opening this up a lot. They understand they have 7 minutes to breach. They don't want to be impatient and go too early. They want to be tactical with their adjustments, opening up what they can, and then doing something like that. Going 220, almost, actually is full Fresh at 220. An incredible chord, to say the least. 219 now. Here they come. Full Fresh again. Y200. All right. 238. Continuing. Getting held a little bit more now. Bikini Bottom stabilizing. They haven't had a fresh shot in a minute. Going low. 203. How much deeper are they going to get? This is where Lucky Bullet shines. Once they get close to this buffer, once they try to get in, that is when Lucky Bullet really shows his worth and holds these shots like nobody else can. Where is Lucky Bullet? Let's go ahead and find him. On the shot. Pre-patching the best he can. He's mining up to try and get up there. A good pearl, but not quite going to reach where he wanted it to. And there we go. 250. Continuing on through. Probably not the progress that Bloodfire wants to see, but it's going through now. If they can continue seeing this go through, back to 239. That is a good coordinate. Back to there. Will they see this go through? 201. Back fresh. Let's see. Can they make this work? Back up high, 239. They're definitely finding it to be a little more difficult to get fresh chords at the moment. 5 minutes remain. Will Bikini Bottom be able to hold this down, or will Bloodfire advance to the next round already? If Bloodfire wins, once again, this sets up a classic game after this between between Bikini Bottom and Coke, and the winner of that moves on to the playoffs. But that resides on the fact that Bloodfire would win, which does not seem guaranteed at this point. 231, trying to make some more progress. Open up at the front here. They're being patient. Will that show to be beneficial, or will it come back to bite them? Are they using too much time? We will find out soon, as Del Curry continues to force the shot through. IG and Jack trying to get some patches off. It's Dinner holding them off. A great coordinate right there going on through. One more would be very good. They're not quite going to get there. 200 going on through. A very low coordinate. Not sure why they're trying to get that low, besides just to get rid of some patches early. Lucky Bullet free patching is never what you want to see if you are a Bloodfire player. 233 now. 229. Full of fresh. That is an impressive chord, an impressive attempt to get further into this base, and they are fresh at 198. Too low to breach, but still clearing above it because of the overstack on this cannon. Continuing to go through, less than a chunk away now. Can they make this happen? 4 minutes remaining, still plenty of time, but really not that much. When you think about it, they are full fresh at this chord though, getting rid of a lot below it. Very important to get this through. Who's going to get a catch? Is it going to be anybody? Lucky trying his best but getting held. Can he get down to the shot to get a patch off? There he goes. You knew he was going to get there eventually to block the pain, to block the progress. But not after several shots go through, and they are almost full fresh at 240, 225, making a lot of progress. Now, this is what you want to see if you are Bloodfire, and it might come down right to the wire of if this is going to be able to happen or not. 3 minutes remaining. Can they make this work? Back up high to 237. I wonder where they're aiming there. Trying to get through. Get rid of that. Another shot off. Holding Turska above the shot. Del Curry has really been Turska's biggest nightmare during this match, and they are clearing a lot below with this. Del Curry has been slain by Turska. I'm eating my words. I was eating my words. What a turn from Turska. He had it. He had it with the disrespect on his name, turned around and showed him who has been playing this game for 75 years. 218 now. Going through, only several shots away from a breach. This is going to come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Can they find a breach coordinate that is fresh enough to breach this base? 210. They will have one shot at least. Another shot is guaranteed. Will they have a third to get through? One more shot until they have the base shell remaining. This is going to come down to the wire. I believe they had 2 walls defended from their side. So at this point, they are in the lead when it comes to walls defended. 206, continuing to try and go through. Will they be able to hold this up? Lucky Bullet doing his best to hold this shot. An incredible match, to say the least. This is going to be incredibly close. Do they have anybody back? Full walling, they do. IG and Jack doing his best. This is going to tie them if he can get this all the way to the top. I don't see any other holes. He has already gotten one shot fully backed as it holds one. It goes to another. They're on the base wall. One more shot until this match is over. But can Bikini Bottom hold this a little longer in full wall? 3 walls necessary to win this. IG and Jack seemed like he had it and was going to be on the way to victory, but he's not quite going to get there now. They now have everybody on these fresh chords. They're trying their best to full wall as best as they can. Turska finding that if you do it earlier in the buffer, it might be a little better. Falling down. This is going to be very difficult, to say the least. Mr. Sir is dead. Can they get into the buffer, or will this be it? 232 continuing to come through. They're going to hit a fresh chord. Is anybody even here to patch, or are they all focused at the bottom of the buffer? Turska is on the shot, doing his best. Is anybody going to attempt to full wall a wall to make sure that they could win? I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to be quite a tall task, but it's doable. It is not impossible. Mr. Sir doing his best to get this through, and he's dead, and that's going to be it. Maybe it's held somewhere earlier into the buffer. A great hold. 18 seconds remaining. I don't think they're going to have enough time to full wall enough to win this match, but it is going to be close if a breach happens. Turska holding it up. He's going to try full wall a little bit more. He's going to get one. No, he's not. 4 seconds remaining. They're not going to get it. It's going to be 0 versus 2. An incredible match, to say the least. Wow. What a opportunity. What a end to that match. Wow, wow, wow. That was exhilarating, to say the least. We'll get a post-match interview real quick before we start our next match. Requesting Zeppin for post-match interview. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get a word from the adjuster himself. M. King. Oh, M is... Okay, yeah. We're good. Alright, let's get him in, and let's see what he's got to say.
Hello.
Zeppin, congrats for moving on to tomorrow's playoff bracket as the 1 seed from your group. Walk me through how your team is feeling, how you felt like you performed. Tell me about it.
So I would first like to say I'm the truth. Yeah, I would like to say that as well. I think I'm the next best adjuster in the game, but I'm gonna be for real. But I would like to shout out my boy It's Pal for giving some super duper comms. Repage G, he's a good guy. We did a good job patching. We packed that up. IG and Jack doesn't really have a chance when we're patching against us. I mean, that's their best roster. They didn't really do anything. I would like to shout out my boy, my Psycho Boys, Justeri, Goon W, people like that.
That's good. I am glad that it went well, to say the least. Tell me, tomorrow your match has already been decided. You're playing Team 1. After watching, a match of theirs today and part of the other one as they, were a little short on their total matches played, tell me how you're feeling about playing them tomorrow in the first round.
I mean, honestly, it's just it's just riding a bike. Like that team is just, I mean, it's what they call free low. I mean, they have no adjuster. IG Enrico, he's not really a forcer, is he? He doesn't really kill anybody. He doesn't really force anybody at the shot. Vaping, you don't really see him catching shots for real. I mean, Guck's an amazing player, right? I really hope that guy doesn't force me, but I just don't see anybody that's really scary in their roster. You know what I mean? Especially their adjuster. No, sorry, Swiss cheese, but I just think that's a walk by.
Man, well, fighting words, to say the least, out of the adjuster from Bloodfire at the moment. Congrats again, and good luck tomorrow as you will be competing for the championship then. Alrighty, y'all, we're going to get this next match started in just a second now. I'm going to go ahead use the bathroom, wait for this all to get ready, because I trust that my staff has got this part handled. So I will be back in just a moment, and we'll get this last match of the day with either team winning moves on to the playoffs tomorrow. We will be back in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final match of today. Bikini Bottom versus Coke. The winner moves on to tomorrow's playoffs, and the loser goes home. About to be an incredible matchup today between two stellar clans, both that we've seen take a win earlier in the day. Let's see how this goes. 20 seconds remaining until we start the match. I think it's only understandable to believe that this is going to be an incredibly tense environment. A very close match with everything on the line, but shots are coming in. Here we go. Patching is happening. Retractable, Evan Reds, Flays, and Cayman, it looks like, are the patchers for Coke. The Raiders are Lucky Bullets. Capo. And let's see who else we see. And IGN Jack. Well, let's see who's on the sticks. none other than Sir Mister. Alrighty. Very important that the start of this does not go poorly for Coke. They did not really see much of a challenge during their first match when they matched up with Poop. It was an 8-minute breach, and they were probably less than, well, they were a minute away from defending until we had the mishaps with the, somewhat of a terrorist coming in to end the server. So they didn't have to do much. They weren't able to play their second game, had to forfeit that. And so that puts them at the position they are now. Coming down to the wire. Very interesting that both groups have one faction, one team that went 3-0. The second and third team both had the same record going in to their final game. And the fourth team lost all games, so no tiebreakers will be necessary. Whoever wins this will move on to the playoffs tomorrow. Reminder, it is the first seed of Group A versus the second seed of Group B. And the inverse of that on the other side, the winners of each move on to the championship match tomorrow. Continuing to go through here. Cayman getting some patches off. A lot of people believe that Cayman is one of the top patchers in the game at the moment. We're going to see how he does, to say the least. We weren't able to watch a lot of Coke's patching the first time around, as they did breach so quickly on Poop that we did not really pay too much attention to that match. But this is what matters. Who is going to get deeper into each other or breach faster? Cayman proves himself to be an all-around player. He can adjust, he can force, he can patch. But what will prove to be the most important in this match? Lucky Bullet on his case right now, sticking to him like white on rice. But that always does leave a free patcher, which looks like it is FaZe at the moment. Retrackable doing his thing, trying to make this happen. Evan Reds getting to it. The lone GM that was able to play today, that rotated in when his team needed him most. Is he going to prove that he has the ability to bring his team to the playoffs tomorrow? 2:30. They're going to continue going on through. Flay continuing to get some patches off. Capo is on him. Battle of the Skins, it seemed. They might be sharing that type of cosmetic outlook. 250, back to it, drilling high. A very nice coordinate, to say the least, and a kill. Lucky Bullet kills that Evan Reds, and he is on that shot immediately. On to Cayman now, as he continues and goes on through. IGN Jack making sure this shot goes through. They are drilling, but they adjust down. They're going to keep that cord high for when they need it. Not a bad idea, but they adjust straight into FaZe. He's going to continue. Get some patches off, but he falls a little bit down. Back fresh at 222. Where are the Coke patchers? Evan Reds above, trying to get his patches done. Cayman getting some patches off. Where is the fourth Coke patcher? I've not seen a lot of at this point. Retrackable doing his thing, getting on through, trying to get some patches off, but Lucky Bullet has got him in a 1-by-1 box at the moment. Drilling high, continuing to move through. Bikini Bottom doing a much better job forcing today, or this match, than they did in the match we just saw. Already deeper in that amount of time than they were against Bloodfire. Here they go. They continue to see if they can make this work. 214 still drilling. We need some better communications from the Coke side of things. We're going to see how this continues. FaZe getting on down. Will he be able to catch? He will. Gets a couple shots done, but they're still fresh. Very low, though. This came to bite them in their previous match against Bloodfire. We're going to see if they learn from that, if they think it's not an issue, or if they just do it anyway, right? IG and Jack getting it through. dropping the loot of his kill, and Retractable getting a couple patches in. Not sure how useful this high adjustment was, but we'll find out soon nonetheless. Getting these wider X breaches definitely seems like it's the better outlook, the better move here. Here they go. 247. Let's see what they can continue to. 50. 227. How deep can they get? Making it work as best as they can, but it's really not getting that much deeper than it was earlier. Coke is definitely stabilized very well here. The start was a little shaky, a little sketchy, but they have definitely stabilized at this point. But that is a fresh shot as I say that into the buffer. They are officially almost halfway in, or past halfway at this mark. Can we see a breach this time? We have not seen a breach in quite a minute now. Early on today, we saw lots of them. As the Open Qualifier teams were still in, there was, a little more frequent as we would have thought. But the last match, the match before that, we did not see a breach. Let's see how this turns up. 13 more minutes on the money to patch for Coke's side of things. Continuing to go on through. Alrighty. 247. Getting a little further in. Evan Reds proving his worth. Getting those blocks placed as best as he can. Alrighty. Cayman getting a lot of patches caught. Not a lot's been happening here the last couple minutes. Not anything too bad, not anything too good. But they're going to try and get a full, fresh shot there. They will. 3 chunks off now almost for this side as they hit that mark. 210 to 211. Trying to make something happen as it rains loot from 2 kills. They killed each other at the same time. Who would have thought that could happen? Full fresh to 206. Flays catching it the best he can. Retractable doing what he can with Lucky Bullet on him. Lucky Bullet has got him in his pocket right now. Evan Reds killed as well. IG and Jack pushing this through. Cayman proving his worth as a patcher. Doing a great job fighting back as he's going to start patching again. That is what you want to see out of your stellar patcher. Cayman doing a great job right now. Getting this through and holding up the shot. Not exactly sure what Bikini Bottom's method is going to be right now. 11 minutes remain. 3 chunks away from this base. And being held at the front is not what you want to see if you are Bikini Bottom. But Lucky Bullet is making sure this comes in. And Evan Reds is going to be on the shot, showing his worth as a general manager. Who said this guy still not got it? ID and Jack, Capo, both on one player. That means there's going to be 2 free patchers at least. Retractable doing his thing. Lucky Bullet getting in the action. Back down to 242. Can they make some more progress? Slow and steady, but we're not seeing a lot of progress on this. Coke was very dominant in their game against Poop, and a lot of people thought maybe that was just because it was the 3rd and final game for Poop. They were already very demotivated after coming off back-to-back losses. People think that could have been the case, but Coke trying to prove that that's not it. They actually are that good. IG and Jack trying to force this through. Flays getting some patches off. Capo trying to find him, trying to get onto him. Can they make this happen? 238. They continue to work. 229. Can they make progress? They're just not seeing a lot of it. This is already incredibly packed up. At this point, you're almost restarting the raid. This is probably one of the worst things you want to see if you are a Bikini Bottom member or fan. And they're back over to the wrong X. Not sure what's happening there, but they're back now. Multiple times that has happened for Bikini Bottom's adjuster as they move on through at 249. Retrackable doing his thing. Can he get this to work? Lucky Bullet forcing the shot through, making sure it gets where it needs to be. 204 adjusted. Flays on the shot. A couple fresh shots, but that's not going to do much when they're this low. You also have a full wall almost here. That's going to prove to be quite an issue until they can get rid of it. Getting through low now. 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining for Bikini Bottom to try and breach Coke. Can they get in? $250. Moving on through. Here they come. A nice coordinate right there. Evan Reds on the shot. $240. Getting a little bit more progress in, but they have to be doing better than that if they want to see this win. Capo doing his best. Retrackable getting some more patches off. IG and Jack trying to prove his worth as Evan Reds putting on a great performance right now. Once again, as the general manager, proven to be one of his team's most important players. And there they continue, doing a great job. 229, getting through now. Still plenty of time, and it's not looking too bleak for Bikini Bottom right now. Continue on through. Another shot fresh. 242, they are back up. 238, continuing to make some progress. This is looking a lot better for the Bikini Bottom side of things. They're getting some better shots in, some more progress made, and we're going to see how this continues. $238. 223, almost full fresh, at least fresh at this chord. How are they going to make this work? 227. Let's see how they do it. 233 now. Not making a lot of progress still on this base. Coke really proven to be maybe a little bit better patching squad than a lot of people thought. We'll have to see how things go on the ensuing raid phase, but Coke might be a bit of an underrated squad as they are really doing well in this phase. 6 minutes remaining, and they still have 3 chunks to go, but they're fresh now. Can they continue to make some progress? They're going to try. Evan Reds on the shot. Doing a good job holding is Evan Reds. IG and Jack trying to force it through as 238 comes in. And here they go. $216 now, back fresh, making some more progress. This is what you want to see if you're Bikini Bottom. A great 1x1 coordinate, but that was blocked up by Retrackable. Can they force this through? I don't think they will. Already going to adjust to a different coordinate. Are they deep? They are. 231, a great chord to say the least. Overstacking up and over these patches. This is what you want to see. Drilling fresh at this chord. Finally caught by Evan Reds. They're getting much deeper now. 2 chunks off, and that has been eliminated. That sand wall going through now. 212, a decent chord to be at this stage in the phase. Let's see how this continues. These full wall-ish areas are going to prove to be very, very crucial for the success of Coke, because it just makes it so much harder to find a coordinate to get through. But they're going to try and go low. That's going to hit fresh. 207, another wall down. Flay on the shot, doing his best to get that patched up and ready. There they go. 207, trying to get through. 237, making it work. 216. How are they going to manage the rest of these 4.5 minutes? Capo trying to get them to force this shot through a little bit more. Cayman on the shot, holding it again. Cayman didn't see a lot of him in the mid part of this match, but now he's showing his head again, as we knew he would. Proven his stage among the patchers of this game. Continuing to try and hit fresh. 204, and that will. Going on through. Flay on the shot almost immediately, not letting more than one shot slip past him. Back down fresh, and they're continuing to get on through. They're trying to just get rid of some walls, because this might come down to a wall-to-wall basis. How will this go? Where is the shot now? Do we see it? The cannon? The cannon is not working. We forgot to fill again. That is tragic. From their side of things, it is finally full, and we're shooting again. Make sure everything's all right. You cannot forget to fill. That is one of the most important parts, and you only have to do it once the entire raid. Not good from the Coke or the Bikini Bottom side of things. It is working again. They are moving through this base. 200, ladies and gentlemen. 228, 232. That slight error with the TNT fill can prove to become a serious issue, as they are trying to get anything they can into this buffer. Moving on through. 7 walls remaining that they are defending. Back to 198. I haven't seen a lot of players in general recently, but we will see. Capo doing his work against Evan Reds, trying to get this through. Retractable, getting some patches in. 2.5 minutes remain. It's not looking great for Bikini Bottom, but as I say that, they hit fresh on that shot. Too low to breach, but not too low to make an effect, as this opens up an ability to get into this base. Back to 205, trying to make something happen. Getting rid of that full wall is incredibly important from them. 205. Can they continue? Putting in a shift today, 8 hours streaming. I know. And honestly, it hasn't been as bad as I thought it would. It has not been as bad as I thought it was. And it's been fun when it's gone like this. The stressful parts, when it's been all crazy, that has not been fun. But this has been fun. All right. How are they going to finish out this 1.5 minutes? IG and Jack lurking over there. Evan Red's getting some shots caught. 195. Can they make this work? Retractable, trying to do his best. Under the emerald blocks at this cord. These are not going to count as walls destroyed, but a kill right there. Very important. We're going to see they might just end up at this amount of walls. 1 minute remaining. I think it's going to be very hard to get anything too much fresh. But as I say that, they're there. They're making some progress, but it's still probably just not going to be enough. They need a little bit higher. Trying to make this work. The emerald blocks are intact. Oh, but they've been broken on 2 spots now. Only a couple blocks, but that could be very important in the future. Getting through, that would be a huge shot if they can get that through. Almost, but not quite. Really want somebody to patch these up if they can, because those are 2 walls you're giving up for free almost. No way. I hope this is me. I think it's me. I think that was me. Okay. Is it? It's got to be me, right? Chat, am I lagging? 10 seconds. All right, it should be me. Okay. 5 seconds remaining, and it is going to end Just like that. 5 walls defended. Very good, to say the least. Now Bikini Bottom has to defend 6 or more. The final raid phase for today. About to see how this finishes. Once again, the winner moves on to the playoffs tomorrow. The loser is out officially. 3 minutes of grace, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this ends up. Woo-wee. All right. Alrighty. Two minutes until we decide who is the winner, who fills out the last spot, and qualifies to play Hemo in the first round tomorrow. Very exciting, to say the least. I need to throw some of this stuff out. Damn. All right. 1 minute now. About to find out how this goes. Not showing up today. Very unfortunate. For yourself, really. Missing out on this great opportunity. Hemo, already talking the talk. As they do. Seems like Durr already got a early ticket. It's pouring. That's not fun for a vacation. 10 seconds until we decide who's the winner, who's the loser. The raid is commencing. Shot is coming. There it is. Let's see how this goes. We got Flay, Evan Reds, Retrackable, all forcing the best they can. All right. 244. Let's see how they do. Cayman put in one of the most impressive reaches we've seen this tournament earlier today on Poop. So let's see if he has that same capability against this clan. Getting on through. Haystar catching a couple shots. Let's see what the 4 patching roster for Bikini Bottom is. It is Lucky Bullet, Haystar, Turska, and Mr. Sir. 249. Trying their best. Turska on the shot. Lucky Bullet holding it down as we expect. But this is going to be a battle. 5 walls is all they need to win. Or to tie, actually. Excuse me. They need 6 walls to win. 5 to tie, and anything less is a loss. So we're going to see how this goes. A-Star getting some patches right there. Back to 237. Cayman, one of the most renowned adjusters in the game. Is he going to show that during this? 247. Moving this through. Back to 235. Haystar on the shot. Cayman making this wide. We're going to see how this continues, how this adjusting tactic works. 18 minutes remain, 2 minutes elapsed, and nothing's really to tell. 233, moving on through the buffer. Another shot. Not a lot of resistance when it comes to the shots by Coke at the moment. But how will they end up? How deep will they get? 249. A little bit of lag there. Hopefully the server is okay. Seems like it might have just been me. $246. A lot of area and real estate to work with below. Trying to get this as deep as possible, as high as possible. Contrary to a lot of the tactics we've seen already, I think this is going to end up working. I've seen a lot of the low chords and forcing those early and it coming back to bite. But I think this is what you want to do. You want to just attempt to be as high as you can, as far as you can, as early as you can. See how this is going to do. Turska doing his thing. Flay getting him off the shot. 234. Back to it. A very favored spot to go to right now from... excuse me, damn. Sorry guys, it's been 8 hours of doing this. I'm getting a little tired. 246. Fresh at the moment. Mr. Sir on the shot. Getting a couple patches off. How is this going to end up? 236. Making this happen. 288. Continuing to make progress. How are we going to see this match result end up? Shot comes in. Full fresh at 240. 3 chunks in at this point. At this rate. Continuing to get this through. Seems like their OS may be off. It is not still working properly. Back to the 3 chunk mark. 15 minutes remaining. 5 minutes elapsed. Doing well right now. Trying to get to that halfway mark. I think is so coveted. If you can get there above 235 and about, I think that is almost a guaranteed recipe for success. Turska getting some patches off as he has been all day. Lucky Bullet showing his worth continually. Continues to do his thing. He is doing a great job right now. Holding down the shot. Getting the blocks in front of where they need to be. 244 now. Making this through. Alrighty. No adjustment at the moment. Getting held front. We're slowing down just a touch, but we're going to go low. 222. Gets rid of a lot right there. Trying to get through. Mr. Sir on that immediately. Gets rid of that patch by Lucky Bullet. How is this going to turn up? The adjust right now. Working themselves through. 6 minutes into this match. And making this work. 244, 248. Let's see how this happens. Drilling on through. Not a lot of fresh at the moment. Still trying to make better progress. Flay holding them away. Haystar trying to get a couple patches off, and he will not. What a close call there. And they are still fresh at this cord, trying to get halfway in at what I said, that 235 or above. This might do it. They're going to get another shot in. Is this the mark? They need one more to get there, but I think that's just shown enough. Alrighty. Drilling on through 234. And they are there. 226 at that halfway mark. I did say 235 is kind of where you want to be, but they're close enough. One wall away from that. They are drilling at this point. 12 minutes remain for the Bikini Bottom squad to hold, which honestly seems like a lifetime for them. But on the opposite side of things, Coke sees that clock keep ticking down. Once you get under the 6-minute mark is when things really start to get antsy. Still have plenty of time. You want to be calm, cool, and collected. Adjust patiently. And Cayman is really showing to be very important with this. He has not shown his hand too early. He knows it's about making progress. Doing a great job at the moment. 230 now. Holding it down, a couple more walls in. This is going to come down to the wire if I ever had to guess. Let's see how it goes. 209. Fresh. Mr. Sir on the shot, so is Lucky Bullet. That's not what you want to see if you are a Coke member. .226. Trying to make this work. Getting rid of some shots low. 249. They're trying to drill high. Cayman is known to do that. To be high for a long time. Drilling on through. Not a lot of Bikini Bottom patchers here. Haystar's going to make it work though and get a patch or not. Not quite. But Lucky Bullet is here. Haystar is here. They've got the cavalry to back them up now, but they did drill very high, very long, clearing up a lot of area, especially in this 230 range. Let's see how they manage to finish the rest of these 11 minutes. All they have to do is breach, and it is over, and they are moved on to the playoffs tomorrow. But if they fail to do so, they need to at least get more than 5 walls in, or 5 walls remaining in order to win. Reminder, in the case of a tiebreak, it goes to average damage dealt. Whichever side has the higher average damage dealt, excluding adjusters, will win the tiebreaker. 249. Making something happen. Haystar trying to get a patch off, but he just quite can't get the block he needs. They are drilling at 255. This is looking incredible for Coke right now. This is one of Cayman's, you know, innovations or stuff, or his patent. He has a patent on this type of adjusting, going high, going low, finding a chord, and then going high and beaming at this 255 chord so deep in the buffer. If you look at the buffer, it is just not fun to look at if you are a Bikini Bottom player. Less than 10 minutes remaining now. Both sides definitely starting to get a little antsy as they are within the halfway mark of the other side of this raid phase. It's a matter of time. 9 minutes to go in today's events, today's matches. Let's see how this continues. Making something happen. Cayman will do this. He'll lull you to sleep with a couple chords that you think you have, and then he'll go up high and beam for quite a margin. Just as I say that, he does exactly that. 236, full, fresh almost. 3 chunks off. This is going to be incredibly close if I had to guess. Making something happen. 9 minutes remaining. Bikini Bottom trying to hold. Coke trying to breach. Who is going to win and move on to the playoffs tomorrow with a date with Hemo on the other side of the bracket. Alrighty now. Can they make this happen? 250. Moving on through. A full fresh shot, like we said up earlier. 255. That is hard to get to. Turska gonna patch it up the best he can. A couple shots there, a couple shots here. Almost at the 2-chunk mark, and less than that. You can tell of the methodicalness of the adjusting from Cayman. How is he going to finish off this raid? Eight minutes remaining. Now another minute elapsed. Every minute that goes by is something that Bikini Bottom wants to see, but they are low. 200, one of the lowest chords they can breach. Let's see how this happens. This is the lowest chord they can breach, matter of fact. A-Star on it, doing his thing. What can't he do? Mr. Sir getting some more patches off. Lucky Bullet dead. Don't know where that was, but that was important nonetheless. Going fresh, another death. Turska killed by Evan Reds. Evan Reds putting in a shift at the moment. Here they go. Continuing their prowess. Lucky Bullet trying to fill in any area he can with his obsidian. How are we looking? Trying to get a fresh chord. We are less than 2 chunks off from a Coke point of view. This is going to be so close. Here they continue. 237, 240. A very fresh shot, to say the least, but Haystar is on it, getting rid of a lot of patches below. Another almost fresh shot. Trying to get this through. Will Coke be able to breach? Will Bikini Bottom be able to hold? This is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. 240. 232. Turska doing his best. What can't he do once again? Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. But damn it, I'm tired. 228. 206. Full fresh. Very important chord for Coke. Bikini Bottom holding it up. Haystar doing a great job. Lucky Bullet. Of course he's doing a great job. Of course he's catching the shot. Why wouldn't we expect it? Do not see a lot of Coke players. They're about to go high. Evan Reds. Has he fallen asleep at the wheel? What's going on here? Evan Reds. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. Hopefully everything's okay. He's TP'd away. I'm not sure. There he is. Okay. Well, he's back. He's doing his thing. Not sure what happened there. 208. Almost full fresh, but it's going to get held down by Mr. Sir. 5 minutes remaining now. 242. Full fresh. That is so important for Coke. They need to drill this as much as they can. It is almost uncontested right now. Haystar's on it. Evan Red's trying to hold them off. Not going to be able to do it enough, but they're fresh again, it seemed. Quite a coordinate right there. If you see it, we'll see where he goes. Lucky. Oh, man, and a Pearl just mishit. Not quite good enough. Full fresh at 215. Making it work almost to that 1 chunk remaining mark with 4.5 minutes to go. This is going to come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins moves on. Whoever loses goes home. How will this end up? $242. Fresh again. This is what you want to see if you are a Coke player. Flay's dead. A Forcer dead. Turska holding it down. Doing the best he can right now. We are less than a chunk off. Only a couple walls remaining until they would take the lead in the walls defended category. 2-13. Doing well. Getting through. And lucky bullet. Very crucial. He falls down. Are they full fresh? They are. Almost. Not quite though. 3.5 minutes remaining. This is going to come down to the last second or so. Cayman has still not used many of his low coordinates. Will he use them? There are plenty to use, it seems. Seems like he might just be waiting. Trying to get as deep in as fast as he can, as high as he can. Continuing to make progress to get rid of patches below. This is very, you know, it's kind of open, kind of blocked up. Not bad, not good. Mr. Sir going down to the shot. Not sure where he's quite going, but he's on the adjust. I hear the shot. I don't see it, but there it is. Sir, Mr. Sir, not quite going to be there. Maybe a fresh shot. No, it's not going to end up punishing them too bad. He is at the floor every moment. He can't get up is a moment wasted. He's got to try and do something. They are coming closer and closer to his base. Finally gets a pearl up. Gonna try and hold this the best he can. They still are in the lead with walls defended. 2:31. This is gonna be close. A full fresh shot. Alrighty. How is this going to turn out? Y200. That's going to hit fresh. Very important to say the least. Mr. Sir is on it. 1.5 minutes remaining. Now they're going for the breach. Only a couple shots away. If they breach, this is over. And they move on to qualify for the playoffs tomorrow with the shot at the championship. 2:04, continuing to get on through. I see a couple fresh coordinates. They only need a couple more walls. Will they go for them? They are. They're there. This could be part of it. Not quite the full fresh that we were thinking about, but they're going to go there soon, I'm sure. Flay holding it off. They're going to try and go. Where are they now? Going through. Making this work. I feel like if you are Coke, you want to go for that full fresh shot very soon. They are. They're there. One shot there, not two. Only a couple walls. Actually, 2 walls away. That's going to get it to the next part. One shot until this match is over, ladies and gentlemen. They are at the base. Will they hold it? 56 seconds remaining. Is that it? That's it. Game is over. Match is done. Coke is going to make this work, assuming they can actually get into the base itself, which it seems like they will. Coke are your victors. They fill out the final spot of the championship in quite a match, to say the least. Wow. A great end of the day to fill out the final spots excuse me, in the playoffs for tomorrow. A reminder, it will be this team, Coke versus Hemo, in our first semifinal game tomorrow, followed by Team 1 versus Bloodfire, who we saw earlier. And the winner of those will play in the championship later tomorrow night. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead and see if we can get a post-match interview for a post-match interview. Let's see if we can get him in and hear what he's got to say. All right, moving him in. Evan Reds, congratulations on moving on to the playoffs tomorrow. A great win, to say the least. An incredibly close match. Tell me how the team's feeling and how you felt that game went.
Hey man, the team is absolutely stoked right now. That was fucking crazy. That was a fun match, I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised I did that good, but Cayman was definitely surprised how well we did, that's for sure. That was a fun game.
It was a great performance, to say the least. And, I've talked about it on the broadcast here. You are the lone GM that has taken that player role today, stepping up when his team needed him most. How has it been being in that player side of things opposed to, being in the GM role that you would have been?
Honestly, yeah, if Dirt didn't go on vacation, I would have been. I was looking forward to not playing, but I still had a lot of fun today. It was unfortunate that we weren't able to get a fourth guy this afternoon, but I'm happy that we still made it through.
Yeah. And how's the team feeling about tomorrow? You're playing against Hemo, one of the best teams that we saw today in their matches. How is the team feeling about playing them first tomorrow?
You know what? I think Dur's going to be home. Mint is going to be home. I think the team's a lot more stoked than we were today. That's for sure.
Well, that is good to hear. Hopefully we have the team at full-fledged force to see tomorrow. Yep. Well, good luck with that. Maybe we'll talk again tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, good talking to you, man. See you.
Let's see if we can get a word from the other side of this. Lucky Bullet. A tough defeat, to say the least. Tell me how you're feeling, how the team's feeling, and how you think that match ended up going.
Well, I mean, I'm feeling, disappointed a bit in my team. I expected more from my team. Sometimes it felt like I was just solo carrying the boats there.
You think is that what it felt like? You felt like you were doing a little too much weightlifting?
Sometimes, yeah. I feel like if I wasn't there catching a shot, I would just would fresh most of the times. Although I did have some onks in the team. Monk Tursk, did very well though for his age. I can't blame that guy.
That's a good point. He was a major reason why the team was able to capture a win in their first game today, but not quite the result y'all were looking for. How is the overall feel for the team? Pretty disappointed, or you feel like you gave your
the team's pretty gutted, yeah, if I say the least. It's pretty gutted. We're currently rethinking our draft positions. Maybe we shouldn't have picked out one guy named Moveback. He's pretty dog still, in my opinion. He was been dog shit.
Okay, well, that's certainly an opinion, but tough loss to say the least. Hopefully we'll see you in the next season. And we'll see you then, Lucky Bullet.
In a bit, lad.
All right, let's see if Cayman wants to have a word. As this is the end, I'm more than happy to talk to several people. Let's see who we can get to talk. Cayman, congrats.
Hello.
Congrats on the victory and advancing. Tell me how you're feeling, Evan. We had him in just a moment ago. He said that you might have been a little surprised by the performance and, underrating the team a little bit. How are you feel now, and how do you feel about advancing to the playoffs tomorrow?
Well, I want to say first, iPads and Flays, both giga underrated picks. They goated. They both goated. I'm feeling happy to move on the playoffs. I want to also congratulate Lucky Bullet. He was kind of carrying the boat. Expected less from Heister and Torska, but they did quite well. It was a close game.
It was. We came right down to the wire there. I want to ask too. We did see several different adjusting strategies today. I would say that one at that final match was very methodical, collected, patient. You didn't use your lowest chords until you were certain the breach was about to happen. Was that all on purpose, or is just kind of how the match was unfolded for you?
That's because they were doing a really good job on the pre-patching low. So I really couldn't find any low chords. So I kept going for bait chords low and then going beaming high. That's kind of it.
Yeah, very understandable.
I also want to say, Carson is a fraud, okay? He had Paul and Reaper is calling him on best adjust scores. He can suck my dick.
Oh wow, that is quite the allegation. Yeah.
I wanna say to you, you're doing a really good job for the community.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I know dealing with this community is fucking dog shit, but you're still going, keeping up.
Yeah.
I love that.
Well, I
That's
appreciate it, man. It's been fun, and tomorrow's going to be even more fun. I do want to get one last, thought from you. You match up against Hemo tomorrow, one of probably the best performances we've seen today through their games. How are you feeling about matching up against them?
Really good players. I think it's gonna be interesting, but we're gonna have our main players on, so we'll see.
That is exciting. Hopefully the team will be at full force and we'll really see what y'all are capable of. Well, good luck tomorrow, and we may talk again then.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Bye.
All right, everyone. Well, there were some hiccups in the middle of today. There was a lot going on, but we finished strong. We started strong, and so bookends is what matters, right? So, for one, I do want to say thank you to everybody who really did their best to make this event happen, to make today happen, and tomorrow happen, because tomorrow is going to be incredible. We're going to have 3 games in total, 2 semifinals, and a championship later in the day. So I'm very excited. The times for those will be announced either early tomorrow or late tonight when they are decided. But I'm excited to crown the first Factions Cup season champion tomorrow. So go ahead and take your look at the website. It hopefully will be fixed soon in terms of loading speeds and stuff, and odds as well for tomorrow's matches will be out very soon. So once again, thank you for everybody who tuned in, and we will talk again tomorrow.